Good morning, everybody, and Tafáilte Rómh, Stachan Shaw, go Mánuad. My name is Tom O'Connor, as Jean has so kindly indicated. And first of all, I want to welcome you. It is wonderful that you are here. Secondly, I want to tell you that it has been a wonderful pleasure and a privilege here in the Institute to play the small role we played in hosting Janine's project and your project. It really has been wonderful working with her. You know better than I, perhaps, but she is a fantastic colleague, and it has been great to work with her in an area, frankly, I knew nothing about when it started. And in fact, when you came first to talk about it, I didn't know what you were talking about. But because you're such a good colleague, I knew there must be something to it. And to tell you the truth, the proudest moment I had, if I may express that emotion, was in Graz last summer for the Digital Humanities Conference. And I'm on a small project here. I did what I call a 10-minute snippet talk, not too exposing of my ignorance, on a completely different digital project. But Janine's project, Language Sharon's, took up the whole morning, a whole session, a very, very ambitious presentation, varied, multifaceted, and I have to say, hugely informative. And I felt that I had moved from a position of complete ignorance to one of mitigated ignorance, and hoped that I could move forward again. So it's great that you're here. Now, you're in the Ianthus building, okay? And Ianthus, you may know or not know, is the Irish word for wonder. Okay, so it's wonderful that we're here, and this is, I suppose, a journey into an area that was completely unexplored, and into a domain which is hugely volatile, and it does have, if I may say so, some sort of a mission, and a mission which is connected with somehow with justice and with fairness, as well as academic excellence, and coming from the background you come from, Janine, which, you know, from the point of view of the poetic imagination and the fact that that is an integral part of what we're doing here. So it's great you're here. Now, across the way there's a building called OLUS, where the scientists live, who are many of them very nice people, and OLUS means knowledge. OLUS means knowledge. So I like to think in a university we will have Ianthus and we will have OLUS, and these are two parts of the human research enterprise which are fundamentally linked and together. So without further ado, I will hand over to Janine, and I hope you have a wonderful stay here. I hope it's a really successful day, and proceed with the project and the next project. I'm handing on the baton here in September. As you can see from my receding hairline, it is now time to think about going. But I hope that, and I know that the next person, whom I don't know who that is going to be able to welcome a project from your team, Janine, and it'd be great to have you here in the future. So, Gormil Mahagov, thank you very much. Good night, Liv. I hope everything goes well, and I'm sure I'll see you around during the day.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. It is wonderful to see so many of you here in person and online to mark the end of this research project with us. This talk will outline the processes and outputs from the Full Stack project, a 2-year collaborative research project funded by the Arts and Humanities Research Council and the Irish Research Council. It is a trans and interdisciplinary research project tasked with developing an intersectional feminist framework for digital arts and humanities, practice and research, which evolved from a number of initiatives and networks, including FACT, Feminist Approaches to Computational Technology Network in the UK, and the IRC-AHRC funded network, IFTI, Intersections, Feminism, Technology and Digital Humanities. It responds to calls within digital humanities and broader fields to take action against bias and implicit as well as explicit forms of discrimination that manifest in our digital worlds and technologies. Here you can see the partners on the project: TU Dublin, Maynooth University, University of Sussex, the Irish Museum of Modern Art, and the Digital Repository of Ireland. This was the large and varied team, and it very much was a team effort. Let me talk to you a little bit about the stacks. You may be familiar with the term of a full stack developer. This is someone who is associated with the creation of an application from its start to finish. They design the front end and the back end of an application. Stacks in software development are sometimes referred to as the layers found in an application: a presentation layer, a logic layer, and a data layer, or else a back end, a front end, and middleware. We use the metaphor of stacks to represent stages in the development of digital humanities projects. All stacks are linked and connected. They are iterative and accretive. So we use the stacks to answer these research questions: how has and how can intersectional feminist methods, praxis, and theories shaped digital arts and humanities? What are the challenges and opportunities of decentering traditional voices and histories in digital arts and humanities development? How can we ethically support the needs of public digital humanities groups and organizations? And what tools and methods do we need to create more inclusive and socially aware technological infrastructure, systems, and code? So I'll just take you through some of the outputs. The project has generated several outputs, including the toolkit, the archive, or media channel, as well as many written outputs, which are being written as we speak. As you know, it's only towards the end of the project that you can actually start working on the publications. So written outputs which document various objects related to both our final exhibition and creative work employed during the project. We conducted interviews with digital humanities researchers and practitioners, which Izzy is going to tell you about later, as well as hosting community forums which helped guide our decisions in relation to many of our outputs. So here's our toolkit, which you can see here, is hosted on PubPub, which is a community publishing platform. And it has actually become a curated network of experts, highlighting plurality and maintaining a community shift. It was important to avoid claiming ownership while still highlighting the people involved as a way of ensuring trust in the data or the knowledge or the information. Some of the talks you will hear today stem from articles published on the toolkit, such as Aileen O'Carroll's talk, Saving Our History, a practical guide to archiving for activists. The full stack archive, here we go, is here. And by the way, the toolkit, where we welcome, you can register here and log in to submit an article. So we welcome submissions to our toolkit. This is something we're going to keep building as we go forward, okay? Here's the archive. Built on the open source Omeka framework, documents our 2023 exhibition and conference manifestations, curated by Lawrence Hill, alongside various objects related to the project. The Full Stack Media channel contains recordings of there you can see our live, this event is being streamed live, and it also contains recordings of all our various events over the last few years. It contains presentations from the team, as well as contributions from the wider Full Stack network. We have also produced an open source frontiers special topic, Feminist Fabulations in Algorithmic Empires. You can just Google it. And So you can see some of the papers from that there. And in fact, 3 of the papers you will hear today stem from that collection. And that is L. Putnam's on Not Becoming Machine, Countering Algorithmic Thinking Through Digital Performance Art, Izzy Fox's Digital Storytelling as Embodied Knowledge, Decentering Dominant Narratives in Digital Humanities, and Clarice Hill's Speculative Black Feminist Epistemologies of World Building for Cross-Reality. Now, let's go here. So one of our outputs was, this includes an overview of our work remodeling the software development lifecycle from a feminist perspective and asking what is a feminist software development lifecycle. So we held a series of workshops that build, you can see here it documents that process. We were also lucky to have 2 artists in residence working with the project, Jamila Prowse, based in the UK, and Roby O'Rua, who is also presenting later on today, who is the Irish-based artist. So thanks for listening to my brief overview. You can join our mailing list there through the QR code, and you can also follow us on Mastodon, Instagram, and Blue Sky.
Hi, thanks for inviting me, and I'm delighted to be here. I'm just going to give a quick overview of the Archiving Reproductive Health project, which finished up in January, and then I'll zone in later on about the guide that we produced as part of that project out. The background of the project is the 2018 repeal referendum, which was a mass movement aimed at changing the constitutional barrier on abortion in Ireland, which successfully overturned that barrier. And very soon, like in the days after the referendum was finished, tweets started to appear online by different organisations saying, we would like to save stuff before it goes. I don't know where the story came from or whether it's true or false, but there was a story that very shortly after the marriage equality referendum, everything that was involved in the campaign office ended up being put in a skip afterwards. So there was a sense of urgency immediately that we don't want to lose this history of feminist and struggle in Ireland, and that it could very quickly be lost. So you had immediately people asking, saying, give us your stuff, and then other people saying, we have stuff, we want to give it. So in response to this, Emily Marks Fitzgerald set up very quickly a WordPress site to bring together the different archiving groups who were looking to do some work in this area and try and document 2 things. Firstly, who was collecting material and how you would collect it. And one of the first things they did was produce a very short guide on how to collect, written by Claire Langan. They got some funding from the Wellcome Trust, a year's funding, to try and embed this a little bit more. And then parallel, the DRI, Maynooth, Trinity and the Royal Irish Academy came together to try and do a larger project where we would actually ourselves take in digital material. And that was funded by the Wellcome Trust. We were really lucky in that they gave us a huge wad of money for 3 or 4 years to do this work. And we were also very lucky in that we had a really interdisciplinary team. So we had, I'm a social scientist, we had computer programmers, we had archivists and digital archivists all working together, sharing our skills and knowledges to see how we could work to save material. And we began initially trying to identify a number of groups that we wanted to work with. We identified groups whose material we were 100% committed to trying to save. And those were groups that we felt the material was particularly nebulous or vulnerable in some way. They were voluntary organisations, no state funding, likely to disappear or become less active now that the referendum was over. And one of them was a Facebook group, which obviously is super vulnerable. We also identified there was a lot of research being done in this field, And we also identified a number of research data sets that we wanted to archive. So we did. We archived all the material from these groups, and they're all available now. I think it's a brilliant collection, not just about abortion in Ireland, but essentially what we have now is a 35-year, which is a longitudinal collection of a social movement. The definition of a social movement is lots of actors and organisations, institutions coming together, and we've managed to capture this multiplicity of voices within the collection. Obviously, we haven't got everything and the entire social movement, but we've got a very good breadth of information, both across domains and time. So these are some things that are from the collection. We have material from the Abortion Rights Campaign, from the Coalition to Repeal the Eighth, from Terminations for Medical Reasons, Together for Yes, which was the main group that campaigned on it. And we have archived photographs, business records, publications that these groups produce, both in the campaigning for the immediate referendum, which was about a 4 or 5 month campaign, and in the 5 or 6 years that led up to it. So we've also, this is some of the abortion rights documents that they produce coming up to the campaign. So the regional toolkit was a campaigning toolkit that went to all the local groups. This is a submission to the Citizens' Assembly on terminations for medical reasons. And then we also have the research data. And as the project developed, we expanded the scope beyond the immediate referendum. So we have interviews from women who were active in the 70s and 80s, in the 80s and up to early 2000s, and then to 20 and 21. So that's, we've got longitudinal research data, different generations of women following on from each other in this very long campaign. We also were approached by other organisations. This is from Dublin City Council. Just before the referendum, a memorial was placed to Savita Halpenar, who died because she couldn't get access to an abortion. And members of the public wrote little cards on it. Somebody went in from Dublin City Council, I think, and took photographs, and we've archived those photographs. So these are messages from Irish people on the eve of the referendum, a lot of them to Savita. We won awards, which was great. We also had a public collection day where we asked members of the public to come in and bring any information they had, which we really wanted to do to try and spread beyond if you're a Dublin-based organisation, you can end up with a lot of Dublin-based stuff. And we wanted to be able to capture regional groups as well. So we had a public collection day and we got stuff from groups in Galway. I guess the most interesting thing we had is somebody brought in a midwife's bag I think a relation had that dated from the 1890s, and we took a photograph of the whole bag. So that's the oldest object we have documented. We produced a self-care protocol. I won't talk about that. An ethics protocol. But very early on in the course, in the project, we felt it was very important to have a very close connection with the groups who were actually involved in the campaigning. Nothing for us without us. We were trying to make sure that they told us what they felt we should be capturing, and we were responsive to them. Our first thought was we would train different voluntary organisations into how to collect their own material, and they would be very directly involved in this. So we had set up a community archive training course, which ran over, I think, 2 months, meeting once a week at a lunchtime. And it was interesting when we got participation, but we didn't actually get any of the groups, I think, working after the training, like implementing their training. Part of that is the nature of voluntary organisations. They've got very little time, and this is, you're actually asking them to do work. And part of it, I think, probably was reflective of the burnout that people experienced after the referendum. This was happening less than 5 years since the referendum. So I think people have very little energy to do the extra stuff. But that training was useful because we then fed it into the guide that we produced. So we produced a community guide, and the idea is that it should be for non-specialists. We tried to make it as short as possible and just have the basics of what you might be able to do if you wanted to archive your material. And one of the problems with the training is you're asking people quite a long time after the event to look back at their collections and work out how they might archive it. But it's much easier if you can make those decisions or make decisions early on in the process. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. So we wanted to have this guide and get it out there so groups, when they're doing their normal work, can sort of embed thinking about archiving in a very low level it is extra work, but we want it to be as little as possible and as reasonable as possible. There's a lot you can do, but it's better to do something than nothing. The project wouldn't have been possible without the buy-in from voluntary groups and without having the core collections from the stakeholders. We also set up a stakeholder advisory group, which were made up of activists, social science data researchers, and doctors who were being active or ethics, people with experience in medical ethics or doctors who've been active in the referendum. And they gave us feedback. So when we produced the book, they gave us the guide on how to make it more accessible, where the language was too specialist or where it was confusing. So, following their feedback, we moved some of the information out of the main body of text to the appendix. So kind of making it even smaller and smaller, the stuff that you really had to focus on. So this is the topics that it covers. So it goes through like what you have, why should I keep it, what should I get rid of, how should I store it. One of the big issues with this sort of material is a lot of it is digital and it's stored all over the place. So it's stored in people's personal Google Drives, it's in people's emails, it's on people's computers. So even telling a group that just try and have some strategy where you know what you're keeping and where you keep it and it's accessible. And also that you have some sort of strategy so you can back stuff up so you're not relying on Google Drive, because if you lose your email account, you lose access to your Google accounts and then you've lost everything. So try and have some backup strategy. And then we also talked about the barriers I mentioned earlier that it's harder to make these decisions later than earlier. And a big example of that, which I talk about in the article, is the difficulty the British Library had in archiving the Spare Rib magazine. It was a magazine that was really influential in British feminism, went over for long years. But like lots of those similar magazines I've contributed, they don't have any copyright statement and they don't say who owns the objects. So years later, it becomes very difficult to make them available. And we faced that again. A lot of the work that we were doing was trying to contact initial who took the photograph. Will they give us permission to archive it? Will they put an open license on it? And going back and contacting people. But if a group decides at the very beginning, we're going to put an open license of some sort on everything, and if you join the group or if you write for the group, you're accepting this open license, all that work doesn't need to be done. The other issue which makes things difficult is data protection. So we had two organisations. We wanted to archive both their minutes, but one group had decided at the very beginning, our minutes are going to be publicly available to anybody who wants them. And that was part of their process. And the other group just didn't think about it. They just took the minutes and read them up in the next group. And ultimately, we couldn't archive the second group because we would have had to ask the group to go back and ask people for permission. And this was like 5 years after the campaign when a lot of people had moved off. So there really wasn't appetite or energy to go back and do that sort of work. So this is what we're hoping the guide will help with, is encouraging groups to start to think in a very small, easy way, making some very straightforward decisions earlier that will make it easier later. It doesn't really address the issue of once you have your material that you want to keep, where do you actually put it? And that's really a bigger issue, because then you're looking for institutions like, the national institutions or DRI or the Linen Hall Library or specialist archives. And they, exist, but they often don't have resources. But we do feel that if groups have followed this information, followed some of the guidelines, the pathway from having the material to putting in the archive to making it available for future generations of activists will be that much easier. Thanks very much.
So I'll talk about some of the work that I carried out as part of the Women in Focus project, but that we're kind of shortly going into, or actually we started work on the what's called the Empowering Archives project as well. So funded by the same scheme, and I was working with the Irish Film Archive and a number of other partners. Basically what we were looking at is women's amateur filmmaking in Ireland and across the UK as well, but we focused on Irish films, and we were largely working with films that were in the Irish Film Archive already, so collections that they had. But as the project went on, we started to kind of move beyond that. So I'll talk through kind of the purpose of the project, what we were kind of aiming to do, the goals of it, and then some of the outcomes as well. And so it was women filmmakers at the Irish Film Archive, but then, as we'll talk about, this woman here, Flora Kerrigan, then kind of a woman that we found as we were doing the research on the project. So the Women in Focus project was basically a feminist approach to metadata and cataloguing. That's how it had started. And so it was Cassandra O'Connell from the Irish Film Archive. I'd kind of worked with her on publications before, and one of the things she had talked about in one of the publications was that in the archives, or the collections that they have, they don't actually tag by gender. So they don't really use any kind of identification beyond, let's say, names and naming conventions. And even within those naming conventions, quite often what you get is within amateur film collections that come in that might have one person's name, but actually as you look at the film, there's multiple authorships. But the metadata wouldn't give you any indication of that. You wouldn't know until you looked. And if you have lots and lots of people who are sitting there and have time to do all the cataloguing, they might have time to do that, but they don't, they're under-resourced. So the starting position then, kind of drawing from that, was that women's amateur filmmaking is invisibilized in many ways. And the project developed out of Cassandra doing this kind of call out, and then the UK partners getting in touch and then kind of developing this project because they were finding similar issues over in the UK. And we were working with the Irish Film Archive and the East Anglia Film Archive on this project. And so we were kind of concerned with developing kind of tools through which you could better find and source and identify and make visible women's amateur filmmaking in the kind of collections in the archive. And so we were focusing on kind of data collection and how that happens, and metadata production as a means through which we could make women's filmmaking more visible. And luckily, outside of that, we had lots of money as well to do things like exhibitions, kind of showcases, interviews. So there was a lot of research money there for that. And one of the researchers was going around kind of collecting other historical information as well on these filmmakers. And so I kind of love this photo. This is one of the filmmakers, Sister Maureen, who's still alive. But you kind of get, like they said, I've cut out some of the other kind of men there. But you get the sense in which she's almost kind of, hidden away somewhat. She's a little bit kind of shy. And when I interviewed her, she was a little bit kind of like, oh, yeah, I just made these films. That's her winning a film award for her amateur filmmaking. And she was still like, oh, these little films, I wasn't the real creative on it, somebody else was. The men were. And in fact, she was the kind of a big creative voice in those films. So we looked at kind of maybe around 5 or 6 different filmmakers in the collections. So the objective was, first of all, to just identify a range of women's amateur filmmaking in the partner archives, which is it sounds really easy. It's actually quite difficult to do because, as I said, it's not in the metadata. So it's like, okay, so we had to take all of the film records for non-professional films, look at them, and then try and figure out, is it possible that these collections might contain films by women? And so over in the East Anglia Film Archive, what they had were kind of lots of cineclubs. And cineclubs tended to have things like kind of credits and titles and so on. Our collections didn't. Quite often, there might have been home movies. And so there wasn't really as much indication. So we were looking at the different kind of metadata schemas as well and the practices of metadata production. And so there's a big difference between, cineclub metadata that comes kind of with already, existing metadata versus things like amateur film collections. And so we were trying to look at what are the practices, what are good, bad practices in metadata production, where are the kind of gaps in terms of kind of making women's work visible, and what are the issues with the data. And so what we wanted to do then was kind of enhance and supplement the records as we went along. So where we were identifying, okay, there's a woman filmmaker here, let's name them, let's put their name in there. And then we were trying to develop mechanisms as well that allowed for richer kind of feminist-led standards of metadata production. And so that culminated in a toolkit that I'll talk about in a moment. And so the toolkit then was the kind of the output, and the follow-on project then is to kind of bring that to community organizations, archives, to talk about how they might implement that. So the various partners were Irish Film Institute, East Anglia Film Archive, Maynooth University, University of Sussex, and University of East Anglia as well. And kind of they were the researchers, and much of the partners have actually kind of gone into the follow-on project as well. And then we had the funding from the IRC AHRC Digital Humanities Award, which we're very, very thankful for, which is great, so I'd like to acknowledge them. And then the work plan was 2 phases. First of all was the kind of long list of all the filmmakers, of potential filmmakers and the collections and the films. Then doing historical research to try and identify, is it possible that kind of women were involved in these films, or how were they involved, what were they doing? And then looking at the archive metadata itself. And then the second phase was just selecting case studies within that. And as I said, 5 or 6 filmmakers that we looked at in particular. Using even the term filmmaker was kind of quite problematic, because with people who are home movie makers, they're not necessarily taking on that language. And part of what was happening in the metadata was you would have director, producer, screenwriter. That was how they collected metadata. And of course, home movies don't have that. So those fields were either empty, or they were kind of putting in names that they were assuming might be the correct names, but it just didn't work. So we're selecting those case studies, creating kind of metadata processes in the toolkit, and then we're getting the films digitized as well. And as you see here, we had some filmmakers who didn't identify as being filmmakers, and then you had others who very much did. And again, this is Flora Kerrigan. This is a program of her own films that she had, so very much kind of thinking of herself as an author of those films and as a filmmaker. And this was kind of something that we found through a local friend who came to one of the screenings and who had that in her own house, who remembers going to the screening and had managed to save it. So the entire corpus of films that we looked at were 2,400 non-professional film records in the Irish Film Archive, looked at 5 existing collections and that 1 new collection that I'll show you a clip from in a moment. And so there's approximately 170 films and reels in total in the archive. And then with the new filmmaker, possibly 40 more, we're not too sure yet. And they were anything from home movies, cineclub productions, documentary, or called pseudo-documentaries or semi-documentaries, a short fictional film, animation, events and travel logs. And non-professional just means that they're not commercial, they weren't made as kind of, jobbing filmmakers, that they weren't kind of making money from them. And we looked at individual filmmakers, writer, director, producers, contributors in any form. And one of the ways in which you could kind of find that out is sometimes you get a collection come in, and it could be under just a family name. So nobody's in particular name, the Overend collection, for example. And within that, then you kind of have to watch the films and say, who's in the film, therefore who might be recording the film. And so you're trying to figure out within that all the different kind of members of the family who might be filmmaking. So one of the case studies we had was, as you saw previously as well, Sister Maureen McMahon. And she was working independently as a filmmaker and as part of the Black Raven Film Group. And she wasn't one of the missionary films. So quite often you would have kind of nuns who were partaking in missionary filmmaking. But she was very much kind of person-driven herself as she was working in a school, interested in art education, and wanted to figure out a really interesting way to teach the school kids about art. So the way in which her films made it into the archive was that she'd worked in this Black Raven Film Group, which were Owen Carton, Sean Brophy and herself. She'd found out that, I think, was Sean Brophy's partner, his surviving wife, had left his films into the archive. And she thought, I better leave, because I have some of those films as well, so I better leave them into the archive. Not thinking about her own legacy, but thinking about the kind of Black Raven film and the Sean Brophy legacy. And then she persuaded Owen Carton's surviving partner as well, to kind of put the films into the archive. So she was somebody that actually kind of made sure that these films kind of had a legacy. But that meant that her films were sitting across multiple collections. And in some collections, it was very hard to find her mentioned. And then there was ambiguous authorship in that sometimes she's writer, sometimes she's actually labeling herself as writer, producer, and then sometimes not so much. And so there's this kind of sense in which it's really hard to understand what her role was. And then some of the film records had really heavy metadata and kind of described the films and the film objects in detail. And then some were just kind of repeating the same lines about Sister Maureen was a filmmaker in the 1950s. And then the films were in multiple formats. So 8mm, Super 8, audio tapes, paper documents, scripts, lots of different material. And so again, trying to kind of figure out what her kind of filmmaking practice was a little bit difficult. And so we wanted to kind of figure out how to make her more visible. And part of that involved kind of creating a finding aid that kind of cross-references all of this different material, of kind of correcting records where we know that she was involved in filmmaking. We put on a number of screenings of her films. I went and interviewed her in the middle of COVID, much to the nurses and carers, I suppose, frustration. And that was her arriving at the screening in December 2022. Wasn't expected to go because she was 104 years old at the time, she's around 106 now, or thereabouts. And yeah, was happy to be interviewed, was really, really delighted. The family members then brought in more materials. They could provide more information about her. She was actually filmmaking beyond that as well, making home movies. And so doing something like a kind of an event meant that it was a kind of a data gathering exercise as well. So that was great. That was Sister Maureen, and we kind of produced an article on the back of that. Another case study was the Overend sisters, and people might have heard of the Overend. Yeah, they were kind of fairly popular, kind of famous kind of women about town. So came from the kind of Airfield estate in Dublin, and had kind of big presence in, I think it was the Order of Malta or St. John Ambulance. And so they were kind of known for philanthropy, for the Airfield estate, for kind of being heavily involved in kind of agricultural work, kind of cattle rearing and so on. And they had 38 films between them, mostly shot by Letitia, but a lot of uncertainty. The collection was just dropped in as a collection, had some metadata. And the reason their films are in the archive is because they came from a very privileged background, and there was a huge archive of materials anyway, lots of documents that sit over in the kind of Castletown estate. And their unmarried status allowed them, and their privileged status allowed them to kind of travel to lots of places, to be able to afford to filmmake. And so there was a kind of a certain guarantee of that legacy. Now, with unmarried women, what often, there's a risk that there is nobody there to protect that legacy. But the kind of family status meant that it was protected. And there's lots of travelogues, lots of kind of events, lots of family life. And there's an extensive archive at Castletown, and we were able to go in and look at all of the kind of diaries, all of the, records of Kodak dropping films into Kodak and collecting them, and letters to each other. And then we were able to identify a lot of the films, okay, who's making what film where? And so kind of make sure that they were acknowledged, that Naomi's the filmmaker here, Letitia's the filmmaker there. And so they were kind of not filmmaking together, they were filmmaking separately, but the collections were kind of brought in together as one collection. But you kind of could do this authorship of them as individual filmmakers if you wanted. And then the final case study I'll talk about is one that's kind of, we're looking at the moment. It's proving to be a much bigger history than I had imagined. And this was the Flora Kerrigan collection. And Flora, she's still alive. She lives up in Boyle in Roscommon. She's near her sister. And she was somebody whose name was just mentioned in Amateur Cineworld in one of these kind of very, very extensive lists that you find in Amateur Cineworld of people who'd entered their films into competition for accreditation. And they have pages and pages and pages of names of kind of John Smith from Gloucestershire, Mary Smith from Lancashire, Flora Kerrigan from Cork, 2 stars. And my UK colleague sent me that and said, look, there's a mention of this person, can you find them? Which eventually led to, I found one of her sisters, who passed me on to another sister. And I went up to visit her just to talk to her about, what can you tell me? She seems that she was an animation filmmaker, and she just handed me a box. It was like, here they are. We have the films. And when looking at the films, they're extremely interesting films. There's live action films and there's animation, 2D animation, which are really unusual for their time. You really don't find an awful lot of amateur animation practice at that time at all. And so there's a big gap in Irish film history about that. There's been huge interest in her films because they're dealing with really taboo, interesting, deep themes for something that's 2D animation. You'll see it in a moment. And there's little known about that kind of practice. Now, in visiting her family, they also said that she moved to London during the late 1960s and had a very, very different life than the life she had in Ireland. So she's filmmaking in Ireland. She's part of the Cork Cine Club, coming out of art college, really, really kind of active, fun, dynamic filmmaker, moves over to the UK and operates under the name Emer O'Keefe and is a poet. And is a photographer, poet, has a very different life. Some of the people never knew about her life in Ireland at all, or who she was, that she had a different name. And speaking to people, you just find out more. She was part of the women's liberation movement. She was kind of really, really active in that. She was part of the London Irish Women's Centre. Everybody has these really rich stories to tell about her. So she's somebody who's like no more than Sister Maureen. Sister Maureen was kind of interested in art. She was an art educator. She didn't call herself necessarily a filmmaker. Flora called herself a filmmaker in Ireland during those years and never mentioned her filmmaking to anybody after that. So doing lots of really interesting photography, but hadn't mentioned, also I made these films. And she was entering her films at the time into loads and loads of competitions. So it's a very, very interesting history there. And so what we're doing now, since we've kind of developed the toolkit and we're kind of working with the archive on these how do you kind of recognize women's amateur filmmaking better? So this is going to be one of the case studies that films are going into the archive right now. We've got around 15, 16 that we have as a kind of a showcase that we're bringing and showing around London, Cork. We show them in Berlin as well. And then trying to kind of collect as much information about her filmmaking. And luckily, there's a lot of people who are in the films that we have that are happy to talk about, delighted, and just, seems to have really kind of refreshed their memory on that time during their lives. So we'll be able to gather a huge amount of information, if not from her, from the family members. And just to give you a taster of those films, this is Epitaph. So again, 2D animations. When we showed them in the cinema, we kind of have a live accompaniment music or recorded music. And although they might seem like kind of fairly simple films, as you'll see as it goes on, this is stop motion. And so every little piece of material that's there needs to be moved. Yeah. Thousands upon thousands of time and movement and all the rest of it. And so in the program of films that we have some very early animations where she's playing with 3D kind of stop motion animation, and there's some color, but she really preferred kind of 2D black and white. And the stories she tells in it, like, are really, really complex stories. Like this one's about kind of sight, senses, the way in which everything is lost as you get kind of closer to your death and everything is chipped away at. Really, really complex way of understanding life and the world and death and desire. And so this, you kind of work your way through sight, touch, hearing, and so on. And so what's happened with these then is that kind of everybody is suddenly very interested. So people want to make documentaries and all the rest of it. We have to be very sensitive to the fact that she is still alive. She doesn't remember the filmmaker, although her family have obviously told her that there's interest in the films. She doesn't remember having made the films. The family, of course, there's lots of surviving family members, and so they need to have a kind of a conversation about what's the best thing to do with this legacy. And the Irish Film Archive are taking in the donation. They're probably best placed to understand the complexities of these kind of family donations as well. But certainly it is kind of a really exciting collection to have. And one that's particularly, because she was part of the women's liberation movement as well, we understand her as a feminist activist, it's been really nice to have that as part of the project as well. To be kind of thinking about how do we respect her legacy and kind of better, and make sure that kind of her legacy is as a really, really kind of ambitious, advanced filmmaker. How am I for time? You could just kind of sit there and play it. Like there's hours of this, and it's just like I've got these. I actually kind of took screenshots of them, and I have them up on posters on my wall just because I love the imagery.
Yeah, I haven't been timing you. So.
Oh. But yeah, so I have them. If anybody kind of wants to look at a few more of them, I can kind of share them with you. But this kind of idea again of touch. And then at the end, it's all gone, we all die. But with a kind of there's always a comic kind of undertone to that. There is a kind of, and there's lots of stuff as well. There's like one about kind of women's desire, so a woman's fantasy about, she's sitting with her friend and they're both kind of looking at each other longingly, kind of two women, and like touching each other. There's a lot of sensory imagery that she has that's kind of quite surprising. Like she's very sophisticated for somebody who's in her early 20s in an environment where it wasn't really encouraged for women to be making these kind of films. So we've had lots of public screenings of those and various other films. Which has been really great to kind of get to make women's filmmaking visible. And as I said, the films will be up in the Irish Film Player as well, or the Film Institute Player. And so out of that then, as a culmination, we've developed a toolkit, which is downstairs. I don't know why I didn't bring it up. And there's 5 tools. Again, as somebody said earlier, kind of very cognizant of the fact that community groups and archives are under-resourced and understaffed already. And anytime you make what you think is a recommendation, you are burdening them, quite often women, with more labour. And so part of what we wanted to do is kind of make sure that there are kind of very small, individual, kind of minor changes that can be made that will have a big impact, as well as when somebody's resourced, they can do kind of bigger things. And that's from things like, kind of donor questionnaires. And so for amateur filmmakers, instead of saying, what's the name of the collection, you kind of try and figure out who were the various people involved in a family collection, who were making films, who might have had it. And so just collecting data like that, data that they collect already, and things like, using different kind of tags and subject headings and so on. So things that are kind of as simple or as detailed as you want them to be. And so there's 5 tools in total. And as part of the follow-on funding from Powering Archives, what we're able to do is to bring that then to individuals, community organisations, any kind of stakeholder or interested party who might be interested in audiovisual collections. And we've had a few contact us recently about that. And we can do workshops with them about what are your needs and what can we help you with and what would be possible for it to do. And so there'll be a few workshops, a few more screenings and kind of various events, things around Heritage Week as well, aimed at kind of bringing the information about the project out. And then kind of identifying other kind of collaborative possibilities with other kind of agencies and organisations as well. And I'll leave it at that. I think we've been done.
Hi everyone, I'm Tina Kinsler and I'm the Irish PI on the Feminist Art Making Histories project.
And hello, I'm Martina Milani and I am the postdoc researcher on the Feminist Art Making Histories project.
And just before we start, I just want to sincerely thank Full Stack Feminism for inviting us to present here today. It's remarkable still to me, like a few years on, that there's 3 feminist projects funded out of 11 projects across Ireland and the UK. And so we're really delighted to be part of the event. So the Feminist Art Making Histories, or FAM Research Project, committed to collecting 60 oral histories, 40 from the UK and 20 from the Republic of Ireland, from artists, activists, educators and curators who've contributed to the encounter between feminism and art across the 2 islands. The history of this encounter has remained relatively under-researched and under-contextualised for many reasons, but in part because the extant scholarship on feminist art practices has focused on the USA, California and New York, and the UK with an emphasis on London. Just to kind of talk to you a little bit about the kind of framing of the project. In Differencing the Canon, Feminist Desire in the Writing of Art's Histories, published in 1999, which is a foundational text for many of us working or researching in this field, the feminist cultural historian Griselda Pollock noted the recurring shock of discovery that there have been women artists at all, and so many, and such interesting ones, which we as teachers, lecturers and writers regularly witness with each new class of students or new audience for our lectures on women artists. And as an educator who's worked in 5 or 6 HEIs in the Republic of Ireland, I regularly sat with students who desperately want to undertake extended research on feminism within an Irish context, only to have to advise them that scholarship in this area remains nascent, with few resources to point those students towards. Within an Irish context, no oral history archive of the encounter between feminism and art currently exists. And upon completion then, the FAM archive will be unique, and we hope, as a FAM project team, that this initial archive, which will be housed in the Digital Repository of Ireland, will serve as point of access for many more expansive and diverse research projects in the future, and providing a starting point and resource from which further and more complex inquiries into the histories of the encounter between feminism and art will grow and develop. So our hope then is for this to be a generative archive, and you can see the team members there and the different institutions involved in the project. Our project started in this ground for inquiry and is framed by our first research question, which was, what is the hidden history of the encounter between feminism and art in the UK and Ireland? And it is to this question of the hidden aspects of this encounter that I'm going to speak. As we know, and as many of us have experienced, the borders between Ireland and the UK are, in many ways, entirely porous, and they can be hard borders too. What we can also perhaps acknowledge is that the political discourse, environment and culture between the 2 islands shares many aspects and also very many differences. There is difference also between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland, between the various provinces of Ireland, and between urban and rural areas of Ireland. This richness of difference is reflected in the stories that our participants have shared with us. Similar and different, converging and diverging sets of concerns have been shared with us and wrapped in our participants' tellings, in the warp and weft of individual lives, in the circuits of belonging and alienation that we all experience and that is part of a lived life. And what we can certainly say from within an Irish context in what was revealed in these stories is like often a really very difficult social history. We've heard many, far too many of the Irish participants talking about how they struggled in their study environments, at art school, in their work or practice environments, with outright sexism, predation and ageism. And we've also heard so many of these participants talk about isolation, which has been a recurring theme. Many of our participants have talked about their struggles to be an artist, to call themselves an artist, and struggled to take up the space of being an artist and devoting their time to creative practice when so many factors were stacked against them. So today we want to talk to you and share some of these stories with you so that we can reveal some of this hidden history that these stories have revealed. Within an Irish context, there's a history that many of you will be familiar with, of course, but it's worth reminding ourselves and remembering again, as much of it is a punitive history. Within the context of the Republic of Ireland, I begin with dates. And if there's one certain thing that's emerging from many of the stories and experiences being relayed to us by our participants is that history is never a distant thing, not even something one has distance from, for it continues to press upon the present, shaping and charging our ability to act through time, and in time to come. So before our living memory, in 1918, Irish women were given the right to vote with conditions. And in 1922, the Irish Free State gave equal voting rights to men and women. Subsequently, the marriage bar was introduced in 1932. In 1935, contraception was made illegal. In 1937, divorce was banned. And also in 1937, Article 41.2 was inserted into the Constitution, which was the subject of one aspect of the recent, very difficult referendum. It was not until as recently as 1973, with Ireland joining the European community, that some rights began to be restored or founded for the first time. That same year that our entry into the EC was confirmed, 1973, the marriage bar was removed. 41 years it had remained. A series of acts and actions followed: the Family Home Protection Act in 1976, the Employment Equality Act 1977, the Health Family Planning Act 1979. In 1985, Ireland acceded to the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. The Domicile and Recognition of Foreign Divorces Act was introduced in 1986, followed by the introduction of the Family Law Act in 1988. In 1996, Ireland repealed its constitutional prohibition on divorce, 59 years it was standing. And in 2015, Ireland repealed the 34th Amendment of the Constitution and introduced the Marriage Equality Act. Alongside this timeline of restoration or founding of certain rights, the 8th Amendment was inserted into the Constitution in 1983. There then followed the X case, 1992, the C case, 1997, A, B and C versus Ireland case, 2005, the death of Sir Peter Halappanavar in 2012, Miss Y, 2014, PP versus the Health Service Executive, 2014, Miss D, 2017, and the death of Michelle Hart in the same year, 2017. Finally, repeal of the 8th Amendment came in 2018, followed by the Health Regulation of Termination of Pregnancy Act in the same year. And I apologise always if there are any significant events in that sequence of events that I haven't mentioned. Prevailing social environments impact the temporal and material conditions for the production of thought and the making of art and its reception, as attested by the views expressed in an unsigned text contained in the Women Artists Action Group WAG archive dated January 1988, which states, both in Ireland and within the wider context, women artists have been subject to a variety of discriminatory practices, the lack of funding for their work, insufficient support from galleries or unsympathetic reviews or critical writing. This has little to do with any possibility of impartial aesthetic judgment, but it is based around a range of assumptions about gender and social power. The artistic personality is ideologically constructed as male. Historically, this has been reinforced by a network of practices and institutions which exclude women from their method of operation. The point, therefore, is not just that some women made it art, but that they made it at all. The FAM archive is also framed by loss or the threat of loss. Many of the FAM participants are in their 60s, 70s and 80s. There are also artists whose voices we were not able to capture in time. We were very aware that women artists who've survived the histories we bring you today and which are collected in the FAM archive will no longer be able to bear witness to their own past, and yet their past continues to press upon us. Something that I find in working with art, with artists, in thinking through art, is that remarkable reminder that art is of its time, but it is always out of time too. Art erupts through time and disturbs any common sense understanding of history as linear. When I encounter the work of many of the artists who have given their time as participants to this project, I'm always struck by how artists respond to and report on their given time, and yet how the knowledge and experience encoded in their artworks speaks directly to me in my time. I return to these works whose effects and affects exceed the intentions of their maker, and in so many of these works I am still now taken by their spirit, their defiance and their insistence through time. We'll now play a presentation with some of the recordings from the participants in the Irish part of the project, and you can read the text or listen to the excerpts from from the recordings, or both. And if we have time later, I'd really welcome your comments, suggestions or questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Tina. Just a little warning that one of the recordings is quite upsetting. We have permission to use it, and we just wanted to let you know that it mentions suicide. Not all of the text correlates to the recording. This is a project that involves ephemera as and if and when we can find it. It also involves audio recording, which is the nature of this oral history project, and the transcription that accompanies the audio recording. And in this case, we haven't edited it. We haven't edited the transcript, so you can see there's a little typo in here in terms of it's the Irish Museum of Modern Art as opposed to Emma, the girl's name at the top. But that's just to add in a little authenticity and to sort of like let you in on our working methodologies. Rita Duffy.
Hello and welcome. I'm Martina Mullaney for Feminist Art Making Histories, and I'm in Emma's Studios, Studio 13 today, with the artist Rita Duffy. And we're going to start the interview. Today's the 17th, by the way, 17th of May 2023. And we're going to start with me asking Rita about art school and her experience of art school and coming out of art school in Northern Ireland.
Okay, well, I suppose I should mention that I spent the previous 7 years before I went to art school, from 1971 through to 78, was it? 79? I spent taking 2 buses a day to travel over to St Dominic's on the Falls Road when Belfast was tearing itself apart. The city was pretty much exploding all around us, and that was where I spent those formative years at a kind of very academic girls' grammar school, and I look at that time as probably the makings of me as an artist, certainly as an observer. You know, I travelled from the Stramillis Road beside the university over to a war zone and then into art school. And but my parents were very much go to Queen's and do law, much better for you. But I wanted to go to art school, and so I arrived there, and I remember the first day I actually wore a floral dress. I'd come back late from Spain. I'd been off travelling in Spain, and my tutor, the guy who ran the foundation course, grabbed me in front of the class, bent me over his knee backwards, and kissed me full on the mouth. Welcome to art school.
You know, in Belfast, and Fiona Barber also shared a flat with us, you know, at some stage. So there was great debate, you know, at the tables. And in fact, we used to go out, myself and Louise and Anne Palmer, because she had a car. And we used to drive around the city. And at the time, there were these big, huge billboards, you know, advertising stuff. And most of them, a lot of them were incredibly sexist, you know, in their imagery. And I remember driving around spray painting them, you know, with graffiti and such like. And I could see in my mind there was one particular one, I don't know now what it was advertising, was something to do with holidays, you know. And there were two female figures in their swimsuits, you know, and the landscape, you know, a kind of a beachy thing in the background, you know. But they had no heads, like they were completely cut off, just swim, you know, bodies walking forward. And at that time, that was classic, you know, classic advertising. So I remember us making up the byline of headless women equals brainless men, right? So we we would drive up and run up to the thing and spray paint it and then run off. And it was a fun, you know, it was a kind of a release of tension as well, because as you can imagine, Belfast was a very tense place to live. Mm-hmm. And all this thing was going on there, you know, in terms of subversive groups and sectarianism and danger and war, you know, at the same time as debates on equality and feminism, and like feminism in the struggle, let's say, you know, the struggle,
I was kind of out there and talking about being a lesbian and coming from a lesbian perspective. And I think I remember a few of them going, Jesus Christ, you know, are like, oh, kind of a bit not threatened, but a bit confronted by that, because what had happened in the Defend the Clinics were a lot of the people who did the work were the lesbians. A lot of the women who manned those, you know, womened those lines were lesbians. A lot of people who would have picked me up or picked you up off the boat to help you, support you getting a termination in the UK were lesbians. There was a sense that lesbians needed to be quiet because we'd scared the horses, you know, that, you know, we'd ruin everything for the good straight women who were only trying to get contraception. You know, by us being in there, it was like there was a sense of, I'm not saying this came from WEG, but there was a sense often that like the straight women who'd been struggling to just get out from under weren't able to handle the lesbians because that was way too much, you know. And it would mess things up, it would queer things for them, you know, that we'd all be lesbians then and sure we'd get nothing. You know, we'd be tarred with the same brush was the kind of idea. And so there was a lot of kind of queering with lesbians around, well, why are we doing this activism? We should be activating for ourselves because, you know, I was at a conference in America and nobody was out except me like a langer. You know, there were people, and I understand it now, but there were people who were in good jobs and in good positions who were doing all the stuff about feminism and all the stuff about women, who were afraid to come out because of the level of, you know, abuse they'd get, you know, and that.
In retrospect, I think she was probably suffering from postnatal depression or postpartum psychosis, you know, something in between those very severe mental health states. So she was trying to get herself back to college. She really wanted to go back to college and regain her studies. So she got herself together, and I was actually I was going to the States on a J1, you know, to head off to work in the States. And she got herself together to go back to college with the baby, like, with the baby in her arms kind of thing. And they wouldn't let her into the college because the baby didn't have a student card. And it's just, I'll never forget that. It still resonates with me so much. And kind of resonates that time. There was a kind of punishment. First of all, she had been a radical student involved in student politics. And there was a punishment involved, Now she had got married, she had done all the things that she'd been told to do. And she just couldn't manage. She just couldn't manage. And she killed herself.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
She killed herself. And it's just such a tragic story, because when her boy, James, was 21, he killed himself. So, it was that time of, what was it like? I mean, I didn't feel, as I say, I didn't feel oppressed personally, but it was a cruel, horrible time towards women. And, she was married. She wasn't this thing of an unmarried mother, which was this horrible thing that but, it was such a terrible tragedy. And I'm not blaming the people who wouldn't let her in,
And Claire Payaskovska was there too. She's an interesting woman who, have you heard of her? Claire Payaskovska. She's older now, but was teaching in Middlesex for a long time, and then is that on?
Yeah.
And she was then teaching the Royal College of Art. She came over when I had my show at IMA and did some of the talks.
Okay.
But I knew her as a young woman in New York. And she was one of the women, she was the big feminist. She was the one who knew all the theory, and very bright woman. And she heard me saying that. And she worked on that group Heresies, that amazing.
I do know her.
Yeah. She's written loads of books on
I do know
sexuality and stuff like that.
I do know. Who was the first one, Alice?
Psychoanalysis, yeah.
Okay.
So I met her way back, and we had this little group called Les Guerrières. This is way back at the very beginning.
Great name.
That obviously comes from Monique Wittig's book that we were reading. Yeah, stuff was going around like that, passed around. And we would meet in my rooftop, and Beata was there, and Clara Payaskovska, Adele Bertai, Janet.
Who was the Alice that you mentioned? Because I didn't quite catch that.
Alice.
The artist. There was somebody you.
Anthony McCall.
Anthony McCall. Sorry,
Yeah.
not Alice.
Yeah, I'm skipping away over things now. I'm getting a bit need to slow down. So I go back to Nan. I met Nan at Thanksgiving, her Nan and Janet, and we went for dinner over at Anthony McCall's. I think she knew Anthony McCall. I'm not sure how that happened, why we ended up there. I have to ask her that. But Claire Payaskovska, they made a film together, a really interesting film. Actually, you should check out that film. And again, I don't remember the name of it. It's I know it quite well. It's a theoretical film, like a critique of Freud, called Dora.
Dora.
Yeah, have you heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
That's a really interesting film. So they were all into psychoanalysis, those people. Like, it's coming from England, do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I was curious about it, but very kind of hesitant about anything academic. I just, I don't know, at the time anyway. But I became more interested when I went to live in England, and I did my MA there. But anyway, Claire, very influential person too, I'd say, for me. And I met Nan that time, and Janet Stein, and we hung out a lot in the early days.
Just a small collection of many interviews.
Yeah, so thanks to everybody, and it's great to see such really interesting and important projects and work happening. And as you say, so many interesting feminist projects happening, with that UK-Ireland collaboration as well. Such a high proportion of them. So So yeah, I mean, there's so many things. It's so thought provoking. All three presentations. So I guess what I'll do is I'll just kind of ask a question, then I'll open this to the floor and see if anyone has any questions. So start kind of thinking about what you might ask. And I think just, I suppose, ending on that really kind of important note, that really thought-provoking sentiment in the end, and it just kind of makes me think about that idea of, on the one hand, we have this really important work happening that's about, recovering marginalised and forgotten stories. And on the other hand, because they are, members of these minoritised and, often oppressed groups, that what you're actually bringing to the fore are stories of trauma and oppression. And so I was just wondering, in all of your kind of collective projects, how you've managed to deal with that, with those tensions, and how you've gone about, I suppose, kind of embedding that feminist ethics of care in your research. So I know there's a lot in that question, but just if you want to kind of think about that question of maybe even the ethical challenges that you've had in your project, how you go about maybe embedding a feminist ethics of care, and those tensions between, you say, the importance of amplifying those stories, while at the same time, I suppose, being cognizant of what we're bringing to the fore are those stories of trauma. So, Aileen, do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the project we started because I'm a sociologist, and immediate after the referendum, as a sociologist, I was really interested in the Inner Shoes webpage, because in this webpage, people can contribute their stories of not being able to get an abortion in Ireland. They were anonymous stories posted, but those stories have so much information about what it is like to be a woman in Ireland. They don't just talk about, abortion and travelling to England, but they also talk about consent and the ways people did become pregnant, and how people dealt with, the incest and sexual abuse, and communities and silences. There's just so much, and their experience, having with the medical system in Ireland and having pregnancies. And I just thought it was stories that were generated with a political aim to influence a vote, but they are also stories that capture a particular reality of Irish womanhood. So I thought we have to archive it. And I thought it'd be really easy and a simple job, and actually it proved to be the most complicated and difficult piece of work that spanned the whole project. We probably spent most time discussing it. But so I talked to Catherine Cassidy, who's a software developer, and I said, look, and I talked to the person who owned the webpage, and I said, can we take the stories? And she said, yes, I don't want to run the webpage anymore. It's actually too much work for me. I'd be delighted to have it archived. I gave it to Catherine, and Catherine was working on it, and we were having a conversation, and Catherine said, I was looking at those stories and I was working on it, and I just was getting really upset reading it. And I had the same experience. I said, okay, I'll just catalog myself. And I was reading them and I was saying, I can't do these. I find them too distressing. I'm getting really upset reading them. And then I suddenly realized, I can't hire somebody to catalog these stories and that can be their job for 2 years on a contract, because that's head wrecking. It would be so. So that's where the project started. I wanted to have a way that I could ethically archive those materials. So the part of the project was actually working out how you could do that. I hired a postdoc researcher, and her first job really was to look at how other people have done this. How do they work with the material? And it was interesting because she had come from an experience of archiving and just working with distress of archives in the past. But there is a particular distress come from reading a report that somebody else has given you when you have no connection with that person and you don't know how that person, you can't help them, you can't give them care, and you actually don't know what happened after the story. So often as researchers, we would interview people And you think about that, and that it can be quite distressing, but it's very different because you're actually with the person, and there's sort of a relationship of care between the person and you at that time, which you don't have if you're dealing with those sort of secondary materials. So she looked at the material and she worked out how you could deal with that, and she developed a trauma a protocol. It's very simple. It's only 2 pages of the things you can do, and she experimented herself about how she could actually work with the material. So this was happening during the pandemic. So some things were really simple, like you never work in your bedroom. You know, at the end of the day, you close your laptop and you put it in a separate place, so it's not with you in your own. You try and think about when you do that work. You don't do it last thing at night, or you don't do it on Friday afternoon so that you carry it for the rest of the afternoon. So, she developed a protocol that worked for her, which was she did it in the morning, and then we experimented with how long she could do it. So we started to do half an hour a day, do an hour a day, do an hour and a half. I think she ended up kind of an hour a day was what she could do, but not every day, and recognizing that some days you can't do it. So part of our approach was her developing this protocol that worked with her. She also developed a peer support with another researcher, PhD students doing research in traumatic material. So they talked a lot with each other about that experience. She would also get peer research support from the team. I don't know how much really support we gave her, but it was a space where she could come up and bring things to it. And we also included in the research proposal funding for a counsellor, that 8 sessions with a counsellor, which actually she didn't use in the end. So the money didn't get spent. I kind of feel I should have said, take the money, whether you need it or not, but you can't tell somebody to go to counselling if they don't feel like going to counselling. It has to be a decision you go to in your own thing. But I think fundamentally what was important to us was recognising that it's an issue, and trying then to be reflective about how it's affecting you.
Yeah, no, thanks. That's really useful. And I think that really reflects that feminist ethics of care. And like one of the key principles from our project as well was about slowness, because obviously, if it's, if you're going to look at it coldly and objectively, you can do that amount of analysis or ingesting in this amount of time, but they're not actually considering the content and then the impact on the person and the embodied nature of that. So yes, I think that's.
I think slowness is so important.
Yeah.
So we didn't end up archiving all the stories. We thought we had 550 stories, and then when we actually came to it, we had more. We had about 800, and I think we did about 550. But there was never an impetus to get them all in. It was more like get as much as you can do within the time we have, and if we don't get it all done, then we have to find more time. But you don't speed up.
Yeah.
Slowness
that's
is
key.
important.
Yeah. And Sarah.
I mean, I suppose the big ethical dimensions would be the kind of responsibility as researchers we have to the filmmakers, because it's very easy for me to say that I think it's important that filmmakers are understood, or people who are kind of using home movies are understood in a particular way. But quite often the filmmakers themselves mightn't necessarily feel that way. And so as an example would be, husband and wife partnerships, where maybe the collection would have been donated under the husband's name, but there's a reason for that. And when you're trying to then say, well, I want to intervene in the legacy because I think it's important that you come out as a filmmaker. The filmmaker, that's, you're kind of inserting yourselves into their life and the dynamics they have in their relationship, and that's not necessarily a good thing for them. And even recently, where one of the filmmakers has a particularly challenging history and isn't there to speak about that. Like, who am I to... I'm not a biographer. And I want to be very careful that it's not the role I play in that. I need to understand the boundaries, and the boundaries that the family are setting. So understanding that my intervention is not necessarily immediately a positive intervention for people, and knowing when to step back from that and to kind of allow people their privacy. So home movies in particular, they are made in a very private setting, and usually in quite, sometimes families will donate the collection, or the filmmakers themselves will donate the collection, but quite often it's other family members. And so you're in somebody's life where they didn't make it for public consumption. They didn't make it with the idea that this was going to be screened and in the public domain. And if I'm then championing these as kind of important national history, I'm intervening in a private space. And I need to kind of understand where to set boundaries with that and where to be ethical in how that's done and to do the best to make sure that anybody who's a surviving member or who has a stake in this is really cognizant of what that means. Because like you said, in the moment, people might get excited and say, this is great, yeah, but what about in 10 years' time when all of that stuff is in the public domain? What about in the next generation of people? How will they feel about it? And I don't know if anybody's seen the film or, there's two kind of stories that kind of stay in my mind in terms of thinking about the ethical dimension of intervening in amateur filmmaking. One is Capturing the Friedmans, and all of the kind of ethical questions about a filmmaker kind of exploiting, and kind of extracting from a particular very, very difficult family history. And the other one is the Vivian Dick documentary. And again, it's where somebody finds this, again, kind of found footage, effectively, kind of orphan photography, and exploits it, effectively makes a very kind of exploitative documentary for, I think, their own ends. And somebody mentioned that to me recently about when the filmmakers that this is, we don't want this to happen, this is not what our job is. And so, those kind of ethical questions come up all the time. And sometimes it means just leaving certain collections alone. And that's what you kind of have to do in respect to those histories,
Yeah. And that virtue isn't always in bringing something to the fore and in showing something and in amplifying something.
There are very good reasons why, and I've discovered recently, very good reasons why people might not want to be visible.
Yeah.
So,
And respecting those wishes as well. Yeah, it's really important. And then Tina and Martina talk about ethics and trauma in the archives.
I'm just reflecting and very seriously listening back again to those, undertaking the interviews. I can't say it's been a joyful experience. And it's a privilege to be able to meet so many amazing women in Ireland, of which we are interviewing, we've nearly completed 20 interviews across the island of Ireland and 40 in the UK. And the Irish interviews, I realise now that it's actually, maybe I could do with some counselling afterwards, we should have written it in, but they're not happy tales. There's a huge amount of personal and public trauma. And societal oppression, the Catholic Church, all of the stuff that we know, but it's visceral when you hear those women speak. And, that's one small snippet of the trauma that these, and many more women, we're just looking at visual arts in Ireland. In terms of the ethics of care, we spent a lot of time on ethics. We spent a lot of time drawing up our policies and our agreements with each participant. We give the participants an opportunity to redact before it's made public. Some artists, and I don't believe this has happened in the UK, but interestingly, about 5 or 6 in Ireland have said, done. Rita Duffy was like, I'm done. I've done my interview. I don't need to read through the transcript. There are other women who've also done that. We've had to convince women, as Tina mentioned in her paper, that we've had to convince them that they were actually worthy of being involved in this, that there was, it was no trick, that they had contributed significantly, even though they haven't felt that they've been honoured for the contribution that they've made. And we've had to encourage them to participate. And when I say encourage, I mean it in the most gentle form. And we have spent, as a team, Feminist Art Making Histories team, the 6 of us, spent a lot of time debating and discussing what was appropriate and how should we make it possible for women to change their minds once they hear the recording back again, should they wish to. And then personally, being in that space with someone who is, talking of or speaking about their trauma, then, we have to negotiate that personally with each participant, artist, so that we then, I feel, as somebody who's collated, who's worked personally, with women on this, that I've then had to negotiate that terrain once I'm in the middle of it. And women have broken down. Louise Walsh breaks down in her interview, as does Mary Duffy. And Mary Duffy asked that I was like, should I turn this off? And she was like, no need, it's fine. It's just, this is, my normal. And so I think, I think as a team, we've we've done. I mean, we'll be critiqued for this, I'm sure, as we should be, and held accountable. But we definitely have found this information at times difficult.
Yeah. I mean, you know, everything that Martina says, and there are also other parts of people's stories that aren't just concentrating on some of the sad things that we covered today. But I think that we always knew within an Irish context that what this project would do would reveal a social history that we like to keep a lid on, but we all know exists. And that's exactly what has happened. And in that way, the interviews within an Irish context have a very particular flavour. And I suppose, I mean, everything that Martina said, you know, in terms of how we tried to care for each other on the project and how we tried to work with our participants, I think that speaking about an ethics of care in this regard is about the opportunity for the telling. It's the opportunity for these women who people have shown interest in their work and they've been shown in galleries. They haven't really been interested in the struggle that they have encountered to make the work. And I think that with our participants to put this on the record is meaningful for them. They've told us this is deeply meaningful for them. I think that people have spoken to me about the possibility for intergenerational knowledge exchange that is here, and that is profoundly meaningful for them too. Women that work together and haven't spoken to each other for a number of years have re-encountered each other, and, you know, that's brought its own movement in a journey through a life, a creative life. And it's been really interesting because some of the stories weren't shared on tape and have been shared over the table or a cuppa. And, you know, there's been that aspect of the project too. And what's really interesting, it just kind of, it's to the side slightly of the question you asked, Izzy, but it's something Martina touched on, is that many of these artists who, for us, are kind of iconic in our imagination and our work and our practice, didn't identify as feminist artists then, don't even now identify as feminist artists. And it was that kind of consideration of themselves within a context and the ability to question those labels or those terminologies or those parameters or what that means for themselves, I think has been really meaningful. I hope so. And like Martina says, you know, there will be critique. It's you know, the archive is currently incomplete. 20 artists is not nearly enough. It was very generous considering there's 60 across the whole of UK and Ireland that we were able to do that many. But we hope it will be added to, you know, and we hope that it will really provide a really important foundation for something that just hasn't existed. There's loads of interviews with artists, but not oral history interviews where they can put what they want to put on the record.
Can I make one last point? In terms of the ethics around a project and how we might like to encourage somebody that I've spoken about, in terms of encouragement and how we've tried to encourage women to participate. There is one particular person who I won't mention, but really does not want to participate and really should be acknowledged in this archive. But she feels so traumatised that she's done. She doesn't want to. She feels like she's done her bit, she's retired, and she battled. And she battled for so many years. And she did amazing things. And many of the women we've interviewed talk about the contribution that she made, the significant contribution she made to their lives. But she does. So what do we do then? We kind of go, okay, well, one last time will we try to get her involved? Or do we not? Do we honour her by leaving her out? Or really trying to include her? And she really should be there. Because she should be acknowledged. And her voice should be present. And that's the sort of ethical battle that we've had to ask ourselves. Like, how much do we insist? And we're also dealing with women who have memory loss as well. So we haven't interviewed one artist on her own, but as part of a collective, because her voice is really important. But then, and she can remember, you know, far back, but she can't remember that the interview might actually be happening today. So what do we do about that? So we've had to consider those things as well, quite carefully.
I think one of what we all do in the kind of the three projects or the kind of three pieces of work here is kind of not only doing the archiving ourselves, but also understanding that people might not be ready or might never want to have their stuff held within an archive. And so how do you then facilitate or support them in just making sure that they do keep or retain, or that they, that there is a kind of a mechanism by which they can retain it, because they mightn't want it ever being
They
held
might
by
not want
somebody
it.
else.
And the other
We've had a lot of
mechanisms
cases
are
of
so fragile and precarious quite often too. So.
But that they will kind of safeguard it themselves, and you give them the tools to safeguard it without actually making them.
And very beautifully, what does come out in this project is the generosity of women towards other women. So where somebody has died, they have been acknowledged. Like their name is, it's a researcher's dream. This particular archive mentions names of galleries in Belfast that no longer exist, or community projects, for example, or women who have died that have been remembered and included in some capacity in this archive.
And that might be kind of some of the few mentions of that person that you might find out in those kind of oral histories as well.
People, when you interview people, they're so, did I mention, when you get to the end, did I make sure that I said, did I,
Yeah, for people who've been forgotten and ignored and silenced and marginalised, they're, even more cognizant of mentioning the people who need to be mentioned, and as Janine was saying, we're kind of running ahead of time, uncharacteristically.
Can I just interrupt? I don't think I mentioned that the researcher in the project is Lorraine Grimes. Speaking of hidden.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She did most of the running on the ethical things. Yeah.
I mentioned Lorraine later on anyway, so she'll get a mention. It's 10 past now, so we have until half. So I'll just open up the questions to the floor if anyone has a question for anyone on the panel.
I just thinking about also these concepts and how they extend beyond the practice of archiving, because even the way you were describing about going through the stories, that brings to mind a lot of around content moderation and how, like, some of the ways that maybe these projects could influence research practice, or how do we engage with ethics and media production beyond this. I don't know if any of you thought about the transferability of some of this research.
I've had a number of people come to already about, I want to make a documentary about this, that and the other, and it's kind of like, you mentioned there the slowness, and slowness is important, and sometimes media production in particular is a race to, publish first, create first, and then think later. So there's kind of a real, like, I've had to kind of say to people that, a lot of these stories are not public stories, or a lot of these stories are, they're not yours to tell. They're somebody else's. So you kind of have to, like, the research practice works in one pace and has this kind of whole ethical dimension. Documentary, the ethics that documentary makers in particular would have to adhere to are very different. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you go and you're getting your kind of project made and it's going to be on RTE, it's a very different type of kind of code of standards than the research. And so kind of trying to keep that in mind, the boundaries again of what is the kind of research project and what are your responsibilities there versus when you're mediating something, or when you're involved in the mediation of it, what the implications of that might be too.
I do think about that a lot, because my background in sociology is sociology of work, and I've just become very aware that an awful lot of people's workplaces have trauma embedded in it as part of their normal practice. Content moderation is a huge one, but I had a friend who was a court registrar, which meant she had to sit in court cases for all rape and incest, and document the verdict. But she's a civil servant. She was never given any counselling or support. I have people who work in the homeless services who again deal with very horrible stories, very little support. So there's a whole range of workplaces where trauma is embedded in the work, but it's not acknowledged, and certainly not by the people themselves, the employers, and there's no supports on it. So I don't know how, I get a sense that it is an emerging field, that people are maybe post-pandemic and the trauma that medical people experience, but I do think it is a huge issue at the moment. Yeah, and I don't know how we transfer what we're doing to other fields, but there's definitely transferable knowledge. And again, I'm also into time. I do think slowness is really part of the answer, and a lot of the workplaces modern workplaces prioritise speed over slow, and that's a huge problem.
Yeah, and particularly, Sarah was saying as well about the idea of the drive to kind of to remediate, and then it's about, but then what you're doing is you're taking something out of that, you know, that really kind of caring environment and that curated environment that you have kind of carefully created, and then decontextualizing it and remediating it in a very different way. So I think that's a real challenge. And then, do you want to add anything else then, Sarah?
Just a couple of things. I mean, it's you know, undertaking an oral history project obviously brings its own challenges, like significant challenges, because there isn't a time framing around that interview. You know, so it's really hard to kind of account for that, even in the costing of an interview, just how much time is given. And I know that Martina's often had to go 2 or 3 times some of her interviews. So it's kind of, you know, it's, I suppose if there was anything I would say to people kind of thinking of undertaking a project like this, is to give yourself time on the project, because it's been whistle stop for us, just in terms of our time required, and hopefully that has paid dividends in the end. And it's not exactly what you asked, but it's just something I would like to say, is that in something like this kind of project, it's maybe not always considered on behalf of funders, that maybe the participants to these projects should be paid.
Yes.
And I'd really like to put that kind of out there, that something maybe we could think about and request and lobby for and consider going forward, because I think it's really important for us to think of non-extractive ways of doing our research going forward, and that's something that's kind of been a challenge, I think, for us. Yeah. So.
We've that in our research as well, where we're interviewing quite often creative workers, and you know, you're asking them about their work, and they're doing the work, and yet you won't pay them.
Can't pay them, and it just feels really uncomfortable.
Yeah, no, I think that, and that quite often, if there's like a big research project, there's a large budget that you can, you know, and particularly if you're doing that kind of feminist community engagement kind of, that's where your focus is, you know, and that's where the kind of the funds should be channeled. But yet you probably have more for, like, if you want to buy a camera, or if you want to buy, you know, whereas we would see probably more useful ways of using that.
And you know, the budget looks like it's massive, but it's a
it chips away very easily.
Your time, you know, so it's just underfunded.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Yeah.
Although we're very grateful for the funding.
Well, I will actually, while we're speaking about care, also factoring in the costs of care. To be able to undertake this work is really important. Because while somebody might offer you a hotel room because you're attending a symposium, you still have to pay for the care of the dependents at home so that you can come do this. And that might be care of, you know, children or parents.
Yes, absolutely. Oh yeah, we're grand. So any other comments then from the floor? Any questions? Yeah, Lorraine.
Thank you. This question is for Sarah. It's kind of two-pronged. I just kind of wanted to know about the selection of the specific case studies you mentioned today. So Flora Kerrigan, and the O'Brien sisters, like what led you to Trinidad, and also was Flora Kerrigan married during the time that she made films? Because from what I've gathered, also there's a commitment to God was this man, that they all seem to be unmarried, perhaps.
A lot of them are, so not all of them. So you'd have, like, the selection was made on the basis of film type. So, you know, kind of travelogues, home movies. So kind of trying to represent the breadth of filmmaking, that's kind of our amateur filmmaking that's undertaken. And some of it was to do with the availability of films. And when we did this kind of big data analysis of the 2,400 records, is trying to, where do we have certainty about them being women filmmakers and how much they made films? Because quite often in collections there was just so much ambiguity. Like, there's a whole other project available to do with how do you know, first of all, how do you then label somebody as a woman when you're not sure? And secondly, how do is it okay to guess? Is it okay to kind of make these guesses on the basis of names, on the basis of, well, we see a man, you know, it's a husband and wife filmmaking team. The man is in the film. So can we just assume that it's a woman? So to try and get rid of all of that ambiguity, we ended up with those kind of 5 collections that had the breadth of the type of amateur filmmaking that took place, and then where we kind of knew for certain that the people in the collections and the names that we had were those women. And in fact, one of the women's name was totally wrong. So it was spelt in a totally different way. So I couldn't find anybody, any information on this Agnes Heirn. Like, where is this person? They don't seem to exist anywhere in any kind of genealogical kind of history or historical approach. And then eventually I just started looking up death records by Agnes. I just went through them, and that's her name, Agnes, and it was eventually, it's Heron was her name. But again, it was a kind of a, you know, again, it was one example of these ambiguities of how somebody becomes invisible by fact that the person who made the donation didn't know the surname. It was just, again, kind of an orphan collection of sorts. I'm sorry, what was the second question? It was about the... Yeah.
I'm sure Flora Kerrigan is married or kind of general.
Lots of them, yeah. So kind of half and half. So you would tend to have some who are the kind of family filmmakers, and they become the kind of, again, custodians, curators of their family history, and they were using filmmaking as a kind of a mechanism for doing that. So quite often it was married mothers of children who were doing the kind of family documentation. But lots of them weren't. So, for example, Flora Kerrigan was at one point married. She didn't stay married, and I can't comment on whether she had kids or not. But we certainly know that others were not married, so the Overends weren't married. Agnes Heron wasn't married. And quite often that's what afforded them to be able to make films and travel a lot, is because they didn't have those kind of responsibilities. So within the kind of married with children, unmarried, not with children and so on, those variables, you would tend to have filmmaking types, a kind of association with that. But I have to say that quite often what you would have in the archives, in the Irish Film Archive, the process by which they take in collections is usually self-selection. So people will come to them and say, we have this collection. And quite often it would be men more than women who would say that. And quite often it would be kind of women who have a certain family status whose collections will be donated. So there's going to be a huge wealth of material out there of people women who don't think their films are important enough. And therefore it sometimes falls to the family to be able to do that. But of course, if they're unmarried and there's nobody there to protect that legacy, those will disappear. And that's, you know, with the Flora Kerrigan collection, that was the risk of what could have happened, was that there was no immediate children in her life there they were like, oh, I'm in the film, therefore I'll kind of protect the films because I have a stake in them. So sometimes those films can go lost or get dumped by fact that there is nobody to protect that legacy. So yeah, complicated answer to a simple question.
So with any other questions? I suppose before we finish up, I guess just one further question, and it just relates to kind of intersectional nature of the projects and how that kind of comes through. Because I know, say, Sarah, you were mentioning the Overends, and like I'm from nearby Dundrum, so and my parents would remember them driving through Dundrum Main Street, which is very narrow in their massive big Rolls Royce, you know. And I've seen their car collection and everything. So, and you know, even that within kind of the folklore of the area and stuff, that their names kind of endure, you know. And as you mentioned as well, you know, when there is that kind of that privilege attached, that for in lots of different ways, they're more likely to be remembered and archived and documented in lots of ways. So. I suppose I'm wondering about, from all of your point of views, how sort of maybe class and race and other intersections come through. I know it might be difficult because there's anonymous stories in the Archiving Reproductive Health, but as we know, say, with maternal health care in Ireland and around the world, that these, these factors impact so much on maternal mortality and experience. Yeah, absolutely. And then also, I guess, with your collection as well, how did it impact on what was selected, or else how those issues maybe come through in the interviews that you did? So maybe I'll start this time with Tina and Martina.
I mean, it's, you know, we're speaking more today about the interviews that have been done within the Republic of Ireland. I mean, it's a cross Ireland and the UK project, and I think that I mean, it's been a real challenge, but we've made it a very, very deliberate effort to not be stuck to centres, to try and reach out to people from various different economic backgrounds. I mean, the time period that we're looking at with an Irish context, it would have been very difficult for somebody, to be frank, from a kind of more working class environment or, a non-white privileged person in some kind of way to be able to be an artist and to be a creator. I mean, we've really...
Well, we didn't even have people from other ethnic backgrounds in the country during the 70s and 80s.
We did, but those people wouldn't have been as many people, and they wouldn't have access to... I mean, we're talking about a time when my parents were Irish and neither of them finished secondary school.
Yeah.
A lot of people just didn't have access, and so, and many women kind of didn't have children because they deliberately, they tried not to have children because they knew that would get in the way of the caring responsibilities, would get in the way of them being able to be a creative person. They were struggling. It's really come through over again. They were just struggling just to be an artist and call themselves that and work out what that means if they were from Westmeath or Roscommon, or they were lesbian or gay or had some other kind of, other thing on top of everything else that they were dealing with. So we've done the best we can, I would say, to kind of reach out. But when we reached out, there wasn't an awful lot to pull in. But it would be really interesting if ever there was a second part 2 to FAM, and we were looking at, because we are prioritising people that are a little bit older for this current FAM project to make sure that we capture their stories, which are vulnerable to loss.
Yeah.
It'd be really interesting to kind of look at this again with a slightly more contemporary perspective and see what we could, what was there for us to pull in more recent times. Do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I think our intersectionality is more apparent when you look at the UK representation of artists, for sure.
Yeah.
And in Ireland it tends to be white women. But I think and we did spend a long time as a team working out the selection of artists, for example. So who was prolific, who was involved in groups, who was working along a feminist line. Do we call ourselves feminist artists or artists who are inspired by feminism or informed by feminism, to use a more correct term? How does one identify in that respect? It is sort of like confined to age for obvious reasons, because we're trying to actually gather this history while it's still available to us. And as Tina has said, we've lost many good women due to health and age and death. But yes, I think intersectionally in Ireland, it's problematic, but it's historical as well. And I think
it's reflective of the society.
It is reflective, It is. And, I grew up in the west of Ireland. I remember seeing my first black person at the age of 19, because they weren't in. I don't know what it was like around Dublin, but we never came to Dublin that much. But they just, you didn't have people from other ethnic backgrounds, certainly in rural Ireland, which is why I say that, because it wasn't my experience growing up. And it is reflective. It reflected then in the work that we've done.
And I think as well, within a UK context, you're talking about a very different set of circumstances within work that was being made, because, you had kind of the possibility of access to free education and actually support to live independently, relatively speaking, undertaking that education. So there was routes to access there that actually have fallen away, in many ways since.
And there were groups as well, lots of groups in the UK, especially around London. And, I'm going to speak of London, around filmmaking and photography, that were black activist women's groups that were working in the community to encourage to encourage people to participate in creativity in one capacity or another. And so we've managed to meet with some of those women as well.
No, thanks for that. And we're just kind of coming up towards half, but maybe just briefly, Sarah, and if you want to just add.
Well, what I would just say is that like there's a very kind of close correlation, absolute correlation between the level of kind of privilege somebody has and how films will access the archive, because wealthy people, privileged people have a sense of inheritance and legacy and family duration, and the kind of, I think the more you move away from that, the less you have. So you'll have more groups represented, like tribal populations represented by others, but less inclined, like, you know, they don't have the kind of tools and means to represent their own legacy. So you will kind of find that it is closely tied to class privilege, the kind of availability of films from the 1930s, let's say, all the way up to the 1960s. There's a big absence of other people beyond that.
So, but you might have them represented, but they're not telling their own stories.
They're not telling their own stories. So you do see them, but actually you have to be very careful about who's making those films and keep an eye on that.
And then,
I think Moina.
Well, I guess social movements are intersectional by their very nature. So what we try to do is think about the groups that wouldn't have their stories captured. So, like I said in the introduction, the stakeholder groups that we initially said we're going to archive were all small, voluntary, not state-funded, not institutionals. So that way, like we assume that the other groups, you know, the National Women's Council will archive their material at some point, but the other groups probably definitely wouldn't have. So we tried to do that. And the other aspect then just trying to, the divide we were very conscious of was the urban-rural divide, and trying to ensure through having these public days that we would get both the urban and the rural experience.
Yeah, that's great. So, Moy, do you want to?
Could I ask very quickly?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
It's really interesting, and I know that in terms, you know, it's a intellectual women's tradition, and you know, set a paradigm, a framework, and we've started to understand it kind of broadly to think about class and your diversity and other things. And I'm just curious about in Ireland what you know you're saying about this sort of the historical lack of intersectionality in terms of race. I'm wondering about things like our notorious asylums, and I'm not, you know, mental hospitals as they were known, where you had lots of people who would have been neurodivergent, who would have been, and also, as we know now, highly creative. You know, that these are things that are pretty much in lockstep. I'm wondering, and also thinking about Protestant minorities who are always presumed to be privileged but are not necessarily so. And in a way, the kind of template for thinking about other minorities was formed by the way in which the Protestant minority was treated in the state and had experiences in the state up until about the 70s in a way. So I'm wondering, did that form any part of the intersectional sets that you were looking at? Because I'm particularly thinking about Sarah's point is really important, and the point that you made is that really people with privilege are those that can donate, you know, archives to NIVAL or to, you know, wherever it may be, and that these. But I'm wondering.
Moyna, I can give you a kind of an answer to that, which is something that happened the last 2 weeks, which was I was looking for a collection of films to just use as a kind of a, if I'm bringing out to community groups, this is a super great film and this is how you cut and splice and view it and all the rest of it. And I just ordered the cheapest collection that I could find on eBay, which then turned out to be, it kind of says something about a hospital. So the address on one of the cans was a hospital address. And it's turned out to be a psychiatric institution from the 1970s with patients on it. And it's made by nuns. And you just kind of think, like, wow. And I've looked at a few of them and just suddenly the anxiety about the rights of people, you know, the kind of, all of that has come into the force. And again, that question about who is representing, who gets to speak, obviously, the kind of this idea of the subaltern. So who gets to kind of experience and speak and all the rest of it is really, really important in regards to that, yeah.
I think about St. Bridget's, you and I were very well. And you had, you know, people with so many different sorts of needs placed there.
Yeah.
You know, people with intellectual disabilities placed there, people who were neurodivergent or who were queer, or even that there was I'm wondering whether those records are.
Do you know what's happened to those records?
What?
They were sitting there in one of the buildings down at the back, one of those big buildings, And it was a journalist, a woman, I can't remember her name now, just went into it. You can walk into it and all the files were sitting there.
Oh my God.
All the records. This is only in the last few years, just open for anybody to walk in. This is the thing about it. It's like, this is what I was thinking when I found those film reels or when I ordered them, is that there's such a disregard for patients in kind of psychiatric care. There's such a kind of an assumption that it doesn't matter what happens to the records, the legacy. So I was even wondering, what's GDPR policy on keeping records in an unused building? You know.
Wow. Yeah.
So they've been found.
We know many of those people would be called patients today.
Yeah.
You know, so that's
Okay. Yeah, thanks. No. I think that's really sorry for cutting it short, but I think it's a really important discussion. So I think what we might do, if it's okay with everyone, that we might continue this discussion over lunch, because we're now 5 minutes into our lunch, so I can hear tummies rumbling. So thanks so much again for our panelists.
Thanks.
So, hiya. I'm going to be I'll go blurry for a second, so I do apologise. I haven't slept and I'm fasting and I'm trying my best to get through the day. So around this time I take a nap, so it's an interesting way of me processing today. I got a small introduction. So I'm also a filmmaker. I'm the co-founder of Gorm Media, which gives a voice to marginalised communities and diverse voices in Ireland. And I am a board member of ML Women's Association, which we work with Muslim women that are going through domestic violence, divorce, but also we have a youth group as well that we work with. So that's a small brief about me. The title is The Ethical Consideration and Community Representation and Research Methodology, a journey in arts practice. So it's going to be a journey, my own journey in my arts practice and how I've come to where my research is. I'm currently doing my PhD in UL. I always forget that because I'm juggling so many things, and you'll be seeing a bit of my PhD research as well. So this is me. My dad came here in 1979. He was only 15 years old when he came. He was meant to move to the States. He loved it so much and the hospitality of the Irish people, and he ended up staying 45 years on now. And I don't think his struggles are totally different to our struggles for his kids and now his grandkids as well. And the way we're growing up, we're finding more racism, more stereotyping, more discrimination, and our every single day life is being affected. But when he first came, he was living with an Irish family. He was one of the small amount of people that came from a migrant background in Ireland. But he was against the Gaddafi regime. And I had a different experience to any Muslim child that had lived in Ireland, because my dad was put on the terrorist list after 9/11. My dad was a journalist. All our assets were frozen, like to the extent where a normal child benefit we didn't have in my family. So a loaf of bread was difficult for us to have. My mum then became the breadwinner. So my mum was a housewife, went back to school, did childcare, and then went in and did primary school teaching and became a primary school teacher. And she was one of the first primary school teachers that wore a headscarf in school. She was lucky enough to get a job in the Muslim National School in Clonskeagh, and that's where I went to school. And I was lucky enough that I went to that school because it was kind of my safe place, my safe haven. Everyone was like me. My childhood friends are still my friends 31 years on, and I cherish that. But once I went into secondary school, then I was aware of all the discrimination I was getting. And I also got diagnosed with dyslexia and ADHD, so that made me a creative person. And this little person that decided to wear the headscarf at the age of 8, 22 years on now, would have not known that I'd be here today. But I'm glad, and I look back at this, that I took that decision to wear it, and it empowers me, and I fight through everything and every single challenge I get for wearing my headscarf. I could have used an easy life and just took it off, and I blend in right in. I'm brown hair, curly head, I'll follow, and my skin is pale enough. But I love the fact that I challenge everything. So I went in and studied a BA in photography. And within my second year, I started discovering my political activist voice. And I was like, how can I kind of navigate that through photography? I am working with a community that doesn't like being on media because of the lack of representation there is. But also, it's difficult for them to be comfortable in front of the camera and for them to talk. So in my second year / third year, I did the project, this is around 2015, I did a project called Labeled. And what Labeled was a project on racism and what people were labeled on the streets. And then I would get them in their own environment at home, showing who their personalities are, but also getting what they were labeled with and who they, like, what the story was. So I started discovering that I like image and text. So the same year, 2015, I did a project, The Meaning of Palestine. And what it meant for me personally, what Ma'na Filistin is my uncle was killed by the Israeli regime in 1973. And I grew up with that political context and everything. I'm not Palestinian, by the way, I'm Libyan. But my uncle was foreign minister of Libya, went against the Gaddafi regime, and then was doing his PhD on the violations of the Balfour Agreement. And there was an assassination between Israel and Libya to kill my uncle in 1973. So I grew up with that political history and understanding what my history is. But then I was like, okay, we have so many people that are exiled, that are Irish, Palestinian. How can we get their stories out? And every single person, Palestinian person I interviewed, was speaking in Arabic. Their heritage had moved on. Some of them, like Fatin was 3rd generation exiled. Ahmed is 4th generation exiled. Brahim is 2nd generation exiled. So for them, it literally, they all spoke Arabic, and it's something that came about. And when I asked them why they speak Arabic, it's because it's part of our heritage, who we are and everything. And I do want to say one of my Palestinian friends is right here. She just came from Gaza. So I started taking photographs of them and getting them to tell me what the meaning of Palestine is in Arabic. And I would put that into the image, and it became part of them and showing that was a part of them. So it was a mix of portrait and text. So I came to my final year, and because I grew up with a different heritage to any other Muslim girl or a Muslim family in Ireland, I was always reminded that the Irish had been through this, that it'll get easier. So my dad's assets were frozen, my dad's bank accounts and everything. So my dad made sure that we went up to 6 counties and that we understand the heritage there. My dad was a journalist, he covered the Troubles and everything. So the narrative that I came up with is, if the Irish have been through this, let me do more research, seeing the extent of what is happening in Gitmo and what has happened in the H blocks. And what I discovered is that the torture methods that were used in the H blocks were the experiment for the next generation of torture methods. So the exact same torture methods that were used in the H blocks are the same in Gitmo. And what I discovered is the person that started the hunger strike in Gitmo used to live in Ireland and was inspired by the Irish hunger strikers, and that is why the hunger strikes in Gitmo had started. At this stage, I was still in control of the narrative. I still was taking the photographs, but it was still a conversation between me and the participants. So out of this project, a photo book came out, a photography project came out, and a documentary short film, a video installation and a short documentary, experimental documentary. But throughout, it was a conversation between the 4 people I interviewed. What do they like? What do they want to see? Are these photographs okay? Most of them were okay with their identities shown, but at the same time, I was like, what if later on in the future, they didn't want that? So it was a conversation between me and them, and that's how the conversation started. And it was like the first time we have a conversation throughout my projects. And so my title was The Victims of the War on Terror. And through the conversations that I had, and I was traveling for these conversations, so I was between the UK and Ireland, and just phone conversations and everything. And one of them goes to me, "We're not victims, we're survivors." And that's how I made sure whatever project I have in later on in the future, that becomes a conversational piece, and it's not me controlling the narrative, and not me then learning I need to also let go of the control of the camera. So I had the video, but it's fine. Okay. I'll speak about it. Mm-hmm. So I was insisting that I'm going to go into journalism because my kind of photography career started in a time of war, the Libyan Revolution and everything. And I was like, I'm going to do an MA in journalism. Funny enough, I go into journalism, and what I discover is the ethics of journalism do not align with me and who I've become, especially after I did the Project of the War on Terror. Because with journalism, you come in, do the interview, you do a bit of research, then you feck off, and that's it. No one sees you again. So I was like, luckily COVID had happened, and I then started learning how to let go of the control of the camera. Because I wanted, my brother's best friend had passed away in 2019. He was killed. And I come from the Dundrum area. And around Dundrum and so on, there was rumors going on around that weren't true about this individual. And I wanted to show what legacies that Muslim youth have in Ireland and who they're going to become. So I decided, do you know what? Instead of me having control of the camera, COVID had happened, I can't do interviews and everything. So I got a camera for each individual that I was interviewing, and they started vlogging there every single day and having conversations with the camera, what they want to show and what they want to see. And then even the editing process was me having communication with them and seeing how they want the edit to be done. Funny enough, and the reason why I don't mind showing this is one of the individuals I was working with at the time didn't wear the niqab, and she was a convert, and now wears the niqab. So I have to change the whole edit. And she had never came in and approached me saying, "Oh, can you please take it down?" I went to her and I approached her, and I was like, "Do you want me to keep it or do you want me to take it off?" She was like, "Whatever you're comfortable." I was like, "I want your comfort." And she was like, "If I keep on wearing the niqab, I'd like you to take it down." And I've never shown that documentary because I haven't had the time to sit down and edit it and change it. But that happened. She wore the niqab. So I recorded this 2020, and she wore the niqab in 2021. So having that mindset that things change was something I learned, and I'll even learn deeper later on. This is where my work with women became more emphasized. I started thinking of the war on terror from a different perspective. Whenever we look at the war on terror, we're always thinking the male narrative and the conversations that the male have. The documentaries are about the male and everything. And I was like, the strongest person for me growing up was my mother. She was a jewel, and then literally her personality changed. She became this loud person, a person that was a breadwinner for our family and everything. And I was like, why the hell are we always talking about the war on terror from the male's perspective and not the female perspective? So I never got funding for this project, but what I did is I became friends with a good theatre company, and they were doing a project on the human rights violation in Afghanistan by the UK government. So they had a bit of funding left, and they were like, what if you come over to the UK and you do the project that you want to do? Whatever project it is, just the theme around the war on terror. And I was like, okay. So I stayed there for 6 months. And I hated my life in London. Not for me. I'm glad I'm back in the green. And I started to tell my story and how the war on terror affected me and my family life, and showing clips and videos because I have all of that archived into footage. And women started coming into my group. And with 6 months, we came up with the project. But I started the project with 10 women. And we would meet on a weekly basis, having conversation on what their narrative is, what would they like to see, how the breakdown of the images are. We've talked about everything to the extent of what the title is. So the tint of trauma, the title comes because their life is traumatized for the rest of their life. Even though they're proven innocent, it continues on. We even had a conversation about color, and that's how orange came about. I know the whole new orange is the new black is the thing, but we always associated orange with Gitmo, the first images of Gitmo, and that's what they remembered of the War on Terror, the start of the War on Terror. And then we talked about raids, and that's how about the breakdown of these images came about. Because when raids happen, they happen at early morning, like around dawn, so they can get full control of the house. You're waking up in shock, you are surprised, you don't know what to do, you're then controlled into one room, and you're thinking of all the emotions and everything. And that's how the breakdown of these images came about. But then we also wanted to show the individuals. So when I say show individuals, they didn't want their identity to show, but they wanted to show that they're humans. And that was important, that they show that they're actually not like a story, but we are human and we do feel. But they didn't want their identities to show. So we started experimenting on how to do this. And what I created is a camera obscurer with a digital camera. Because if I used a pinhole camera the traditional way, I would have had to process the film. They would have not had the control of the images. They would have not been able to see it. And what I did is I created a digital one. So they also, the other thing that they had in their hand, which you can't see, is they had a shutter. So once they were ready, they were taking their own pictures. So that's how that kind of losing control and me just guiding the process, I found it like the most empowering. And I started with 10 women. A lot of them dropped out because they weren't comfortable telling their stories. And sadly enough, I ran out of funding. Once I shot with these 3 and like they interviewed each other, I didn't even interview them. They interviewed each other, they picked the segments they want. I got more women calling me and interested in taking part in the project, but I had already left the UK at this stage. But I'm hoping maybe I'll get more funding and these conversations can continue. So I came back to Ireland, and this was an interesting project. So it was sponsored by Glen Cree, Peace and Reconciliation. I had a group of Roma women. It was really interesting because it's the first time where I don't have a common language with them. A lot of them didn't speak English. I was like, how am I going to navigate this? And the way we navigated is through pictures. So we went through our phones. I showed me with the headscarf. I showed me without the headscarf. They started speaking about what the headscarf means to them, what their hair looks like without the headscarf, what their clothes means to them, and everything. And that is how we came about with this. So we started at that time, this is like 3 workshops in, and we started just scanning the clothes that we were wearing. And then they would write what it means to them. But this is where I had to learn to be okay to let go, because what happened with this project is a few of the male figures high up there had said that the women can't come and take part anymore. I'm like, why? And I was going to fight my way through it, but I learned that if I fight my way through it, that it makes the woman uncomfortable. And at that time, I had to learn to sacrifice. But at the same time, we came about with an amazing artwork. And for them, it was important for them to tell their stories. And we did a fraction of that. So, yeah. And that is how about my PhD project came about. Challenging stereotypes of Muslim women through visual arts. How this came about is me doing all these projects, me thinking back about my heritage, my story, what discrimination I'm facing as Muslim woman. And I was like, all Muslim women are facing a different discrimination. But also, what I keep on reminding myself, when I went into the arts, I was one of the first in my community. So how can I then go into my community and show that you can do something out of the arts and be expressive and show your artistic balance and all that? and empower yourself, because I've seen it happen through my Tint of Trauma. Some of them have went on and did art projects. So I got the research and development from Create, and I just recently got the realization fund, so hurrah. But what I'm going to show you is the research and development stage. So the research and development, before we started with Tint of Trauma, I was just starting with conversations and me documenting these conversations. But what I wanted this time is I wanted to see how everyone visualizes these conversations and what their mind thought is. So we started speaking about mind maps. So we'll put a question together, like what it means to be a Muslim lady in the West. Another person did, so this is another individual that did what it's like growing up as a Muslim in Ireland. And then Naina was a convert, and how each of them had produced a different kind of mind map and a different creative visual of what their struggles are and everything. But what we discovered then is we were so focusing on the negatives, we were like, how can we talk about the positives? So we then started visiting the photographic archives that they had, and we started printing out the photos that they had. And then each of them would write why these moments were happy for them. So over here we have an iftar in Balbriggan, around friends. And then over here we have Wafa, talking about her first time going to theatre and explaining theatre and being part of the theatre project. And what I found interesting is because the Western world thinks that, media especially, thinks we just stay at home and become housewives. And this, looking back at these photographs, challenged this. And that's how the challenge and the title came about of the project. So then I was like, okay, what do you want to do next? They were like, we want to take recent pictures. And we started taking they started taking pictures of themselves. So they picked the background color. They were like, we want a color that goes with our skin tone. So I brought a batch of colors, and they were like, this color. So I ordered it, and they all had pen, paper, and I was like, okay, what do you want to have a conversation about? And they were like, our achievements. So then I was like, okay, I'm not going to tell you to tell me what your achievements are. I'm going to get you to hold the shutter. You take a picture thinking about what your achievement is, and then you write about it. And that is how about this photograph came about. And she wrote, thinking about the first time I stood on stage to give a talk. And it's something so simple that she cherished and she's seen as an achievement. But again, it's not how the media depicts us. I then got the realization fund, and it was a conversation deeper because now it's a bigger project. And it was a conversation with the women, what would they like the final product to be? They liked the idea of the mind maps. They liked the idea of the self-portraits. They threw more ideas at me, so they wanted an aspect of Islamic art, but I'll have a conversation about that. And then they wanted to place the viewer into their own feet. I was like, how the hell am I going to do this? So it was me going back, doing more research, and then we found the film. Imagine the film is here. We found a few different VR films. So what I discovered is VR is the best thing. The person's put on goggles and they're isolated from everything, and how can we get, they can feel or experience other people. I got to see a few VR. So I showed them 4 different VR projects. There was one about homelessness. There was one about traveling while Black in the States. And there was one that was fully graphic around living in Iraq and experiencing the war there and everything. There was a bit of kind of graphic. And what was the last one? The last one was a game, so a game version. And what they found the most interesting is traveling while Black. So traveling while Black literally does what the woman asked for. It's placing you as if you're a Black person traveling in the 70s through the Green Book. And it puts you the same setting and everything, but also it puts you in a circle while you're having conversations with other people and you're just hearing it, but you're sitting there. So that's what kind of stood out with the woman, and that's what they wanted. So I'm here now trying to learn VR and how to do VR. But the other impossible thing that they asked for is, if anyone can guess what this is. It's Islamic art. So they wanted an aspect of the self-portraits to have an aspect of Islamic art. I hate drawing. I left drawing behind when I decided to go into photography. But I found myself, because that's what they asked for, that I'm going to have to learn how to draw. And that's one of my drawings that I started. And for me, I have to learn the skill set for them to be able for me to be able to teach it for them to draw. And what we're going to be doing, hopefully if it works out, we still haven't seen how it looks visually, is their portrait is going to be placed over here. And then the Islamic art is going to be the frame. And they're going to paint that. And they're going to draw it themselves. So it's all about conversation. And by me having these conversations on what they want, later on when the project is finished, they can still continue on with their creativity and everything. But what we also discovered in these conversations is we're surrounded with our Islamic art every single day. Because like she said, the Quran, every single day, especially in Ramadan, I'm opening up the Quran to read the Quran. And it's full of Islamic art, but we just took it for granted. So we wanted to show how it's surrounding us every single day. So final thoughts, conversations throughout all the process, even after. Use simple words and definitely not academic complex words. Lucky enough, I'm dyslexic and I have ADHD. I cannot use academic words, but I found whenever I'm using like complex methodologies or anything like that, they can't understand them. So I narrowed down to what I can say. Getting them to experiment and looking at other work, seeing what the group you work with needs. Sorry, you can see my dyslexia there. And willing to develop your skills throughout the project to meet their needs. Compromise is key, and finding a way to connect with them as well. So these are my final thoughts. And the project will be exhibited in the Rule Red in Tallaght in 2025. So you're more than welcome. And that's my website. And that is me done.
I have a script because I have a tendency to go over time. So this will keep me on the straight and narrow. So thanks to all the speakers so far, and thanks to Ala for that really, really interesting talk, and for Janine for the introduction. Yeah, as Janine said, I'm a postdoctoral researcher on full-stack feminism, so just coming to an end of that now. And I'm here today to talk about the community engagement interviews that I conducted as part of the project, and with a presentation entitled Digital Storytelling as Embodied Knowledge, Decentering Dominant Narratives in DH. And firstly, because I know some of the interviewees are online, so I want to take the opportunity to thank everyone who shared their experiences and expertise with me through the interview process. And it was really a privilege for me to listen and to learn. In total, I conducted 19 informal, semi-structured interviews with members of communities that our project team identified as core to the Full Stack Feminism and DH project. So namely digital practitioners who embedded an intersectional feminist ethos in their work. And these groups included digital artists, archivists, coders, activists, scholars. And then we employed a variety of different methods that you can see listed here. And I'm going to hone in then on the interviews today. We engage with these communities to identify the biases, exclusions, as well as the transformative potential of the digital tools, platforms, infrastructures and methodologies these practitioners employ. And I think throughout the talks today, we've seen those challenges, tensions, as well as those subversive and innovative ways in which technology can be, and the digital can be leveraged. So community archives, feminist digital art, creative coding practices, as well as DH projects that employ an intersectional feminist framework and an ethics of care to their work provide a provocation and a critical intervention to the culture of exclusion, erasure and bias that exists within traditional DH. And the broader, digital culture and heritage and society at large as well. So it needs to be stated that the themes, concepts and theories identified through the analysis process are as a consequence of much collaborative work between myself and the rest of the team through, for example, qualitative coding team sessions that we held, as well as drawing from what was explicitly referenced by the interviewees themselves. And the interviews that I refer to today, they just form as kind of a small cohort of the interviews in total. So our commitment to decentering knowledge and voices is very much connected to our methods of community engagement, including the interviews, as we ask what counts as knowledge and who gets to produce it. Then in a moment, I'll highlight some of the critical and creative interventions that our interviewees have employed to actively decenter dominant knowledge systems, perspectives and technologies, including prioritising storytelling and embodiment through their research and praxis. The work of the creative, critical, feminist, anti-racist and queer digital practitioners with whom we were engaging through the interviews served to remember, document, map, preserve and narrate the people, events, places, artefacts and stories that contribute to a more inclusive, representative and nuanced digital cultural heritage. And while these communities and their histories, they may not often receive mainstream recognition, their existence, their experiences and their expertise echo through our cities, towns, villages, countryside and coastlines in the form of stories, ephemera and underground events that generally aren't acknowledged by a blue plaque. They're not on traditional tourist trails, nor are they often exhibited in national museums or galleries or form part of academic curricula. For instance, one of our interviewees, Judith Ricketts, an artist, academic and coder based in Brighton, remembers wandering around the city and wondering why Brighton, a Regency town, had no sign of any connection with the slave trade, as it was contemporaneous with the Regency period. So this cultural, historic and epistemic erasure served as motivation for her work, where she constituted archives relating to Black history, using extended reality, including creating an installation containing a wall of numbers, which you can see here, which was shipping data from the transatlantic slave trade in her work called Immaterial Spaces. In addition, Ricketts uses digital mapping technologies to return Black history to spaces where it has been erased or sidelined. So in this sense, we often think of mapping technologies in all their forms, and I mean mapping technologies, I mean pre-digital as well, as very much a colonial project. But in this sense, she's using that colonial practice of mapping and subverting it through her use of digital technologies. And further to archiving oral histories, utilising virtual reality as a space to disrupt the gender binary through playfulness, documenting dance practice through wearable technology, animating archival artefacts using 3D technology, and archiving women's abortion stories exemplify some of the innovative ways in which other interviewees disrupt and reimagine what counts as knowledge and who gets to produce it, by foregrounding marginalised lives, experiences and practices. For example, one of our interviewees, David Shepherd, who is Project Director of Queer in Brighton, Queer Heritage South, recognises the LGBTQI+ heritage in the city of Brighton and Hove, as well as elsewhere, often foregrounds what he says the stories of white gay men primarily. And his project actively serves to diversify the oral histories, ephemera and other objects that are collected and digitised. This underscores that personal experiences and how they are represented by particular objects from the queer community play a pivotal role in decentering not just heteronormative accounts but homonormative ones also. This point is reinforced by a number of our interview participants. So Sarah Phillips, for example, who runs the Irish Trans Archive, in her interview referenced a queer walking tour of Dublin a couple of years back, and that she came across. And the tour, it was a queer walking tour, but it didn't include any trans spaces. And so this kind of, erasing the experience from the city's queer social history. And this image here is taken from the 2021 Roads to Recognition exhibition in Dublin that showcased material from the archive that documented the history of Ireland's journey towards passing the Gender Recognition Act in 2015, including what the marriage equality referendum meant for the trans community. I don't know if you can see it there as well, that the results meant that the removal of the so-called forced divorce clause in the Gender Recognition Act. So where do these trans spaces exist? So if they're erased from even within queer memory and the queer community, the wider queer community, obviously they exist within the Irish Trans Archive, within Sarah's archive, but also in Sarah herself. So as an active member of the Irish trans community for decades, she herself is a living archive, and she brings these stories to life through the talks that she delivers and the exhibitions where she displays archival artefacts. So in many ways, Sarah is the trans archive and the archive is Sarah. This kind of symbiotic, co-constitutive nature of digital practitioners with their work is echoed in many other interviews. So for instance, Abira Hussein, who I'll speak more about in a moment, refers to the women of the Somali diaspora with whom she collaborates as living archives, as within them lives the stories, songs and knowledges of their culture. This is both empowering and problematic, highlighting the autonomy, precarity and trauma of being a living archive. Furthermore, Jamie A. Lee, a digital scholar and community archivist who runs the Arizona Queer Archive, argues for the archive itself to be viewed as a material embodied entity, as they ask, when you think of certain responses that bodies have, what about the archival body when a new thing comes into it? So how does that change the whole shape of all of the collections in context? And they add, what is the heart of the archive? And in another interview, E.T. Braun, a digital artist and curator, explores new forms of queer embodiment through social VR. Braun's project, Virtual Queerality, which they describe as a web VR experience that explores the connection between queer identities and digital identities, recognises that both forms of identity are fluid, multifaceted and transformative. The experimental practice of social VR in general, according to Braun, can be empowering and identity forming for those with gender dysphoria. However, while avatars can be constructed from various body parts in creative forms of self-expression, Braun identifies that the bank of body parts available to construct an avatar are still predominantly white, able-bodied and gender normative, thus highlighting what scholars like Rua Benjamin, Shasha Katsansa-Shock have identified in terms of the biases, oppressions and normative aesthetics that exist offline are repeated in digital spaces. So furthermore, in order to construct a non-normative body outside of the parts that are readily accessible, one needs to be highly skilled in VR, as well as having access to very expensive equipment, which highlights the prohibitive nature as well as the limitations of these technologies. And a couple of our interviewees identified dance as an embodied form of knowledge production that can critique patriarchal epistemologies, as they articulate how dance and movement can be codified and archived. So for instance, Abira Hussein refers to Tanya Sutherland's engagement with the Catherine Dunham technique, which illustrates that reading gesture as a document or as a record functions as a decolonial archival practice, opening archives to modes of cultural expression that might otherwise be rendered invisible by extant Western archival practices. So in addition, Sarah Fidili Aloui, who's a dancer, choreographer, scholar and Laban movement analyst, acknowledges, and that's Sarah in the image there, that a reason why dance, unlike music, is marginalised within scholarship is because it's feminised. And they argue for the body and emotion to be recognised as a legitimate site of knowledge production. So for example, their work uses wearable technology to document dance practice and to interface with the body through performance. So for them, their art is research and their research is art. So in this paradigm, research, archival creation and art are again, co-constitutive, rather than one form or method being subservient, because she kind of talks about not wanting to think about either the technology or the art kind of one serving the other, or one of them being dominant to the other. And so Abira Hussain is a curator and academic, and through her digital practice and research of cultural objects from Somalia, and that's an image taken from her archive, particularly through her work on the Nomad project, she identifies the role that 3D technology can play in animating museum and archival artefacts, as well as challenging the provenance of certain objects, often attributed to the expert who, the expert, quote unquote, who documented the songs or collected the objects. And as well, she talks about how these can often be, catalogued and archived and stored or displayed in very different spaces. So while the objects and the work songs that she talks about are very much interconnected, when they're taken out of that context, they're decontextualized, and kind of the meaning and the context is removed from them. So what Abira Hussain was able to do was to superimpose work songs related to particular objects, returning context, meaning and narrative to both the artefacts and songs that had been severed from each other through violent colonial practices of museum collection, description and curation. And we've heard about this project already, so I won't, I interviewed Lorraine Grimes, who's a postdoctoral researcher on archiving reproductive health, and she spoke about archiving the In Her Shoes Facebook page. That's just an image from that. So really what this did is that, women, albeit anonymously in that case, telling their stories prior to this had really been rare, and it kind of fed into the anti-choice myth of Ireland being an abortion-free country. But what the power of stories did in this case was instrumental in changing Irish abortion law, because the majority of people, in the exit poll, identified the women's right to choose as the primary reason for voting yes. And then, so as Jenkins et al. Point out, drawing from the work of Karen Barad, it matters what knowledge gets produced, not simply because knowledge has consequences, but because knowledge production is integral to worldly configurations. So in other words, we could delude ourselves into thinking Ireland was abortion-free when these stories and these women's experiences were sidelined and silenced, but when they're to the fore, then we're actually creating the world in a sense, and drawing attention to those perspectives and the knowledges that they possess within their lived experience. Okay, and so why are storytelling then and embodiment important modes of knowledge production? So, as Donna Haraway says, it matters what stories make worlds, what worlds make stories. The narratives that permeate mainstream archives, museums, art galleries, scholarship and technologies are often incomplete or even biased against minoritised communities. So conversely, the importance placed on digitally mediated and embodied modes of storytelling not only challenge, disrupt and reimagine the historical record, but also enable intersectional feminist futures to be imagined based on creativity, playfulness and diversity. And Saidiya Hartman articulated their concept of critical fabulation to account for the erasure of enslaved black women and girls in the archive. In turn, Haraway's term speculative fabulation extends this to historical records pertaining to other marginalised and minoritised groups. And finally, Lapp applies provenential fabulation to archival creation, disrupting notions of singular creators or objective truth. For instance, she gives the example of a smudge on a photograph in an archive as an example of how provenance can be contested and limited, as well as the role of embodiment, so literally, the fingerprint, in knowledge production. And the creative, critical, fabulatory interventions by our interviewees and by our project as a whole challenge the binary between fact and fiction, owner and contributor, memory and evidence, data and technologies, as well as theory and praxis. So consequently, our analysis of the interview data is attentive to the contradictions, tensions, challenges, collaborations, messiness, playfulness, precarity, and the decentering of knowledge that manifest in the practices and research of our interviewees as they contribute to an activist endeavour of intersectional feminist world building through their art, digital tools, scholarship and archival work. Okay, thank you.
So I'm just going to jump right in, and I'm going to be presenting on the article that I wrote for the Frontiers in Communication,
Feminist Fabulations and Algorithmic Empires. Thank you for the plug.
Yes. And I'm focusing on 2 works of performance I made in Boston last year. And in this, I'm just going to show some photos and video from these performances, also giving a bit of the theoretical context behind them. So you might not be able to read this, but this is an instance of an algorithm. An algorithm is commonly understood as a set of instructions that lead to a particular outcome. However, Telton Gillespie describes how algorithm can invoke different meanings in different contexts. So in technical fields, again, it's related to problem solving, and through that series of steps, it's that literal meaning. In the social sciences and other contexts, we think about the impact that algorithms can have. For instance, social scientist and African American studies scholar Ruha Benjamin argues that even determining what problems get addressed encompasses a range of judgments that are rooted in human preference and bias. And Tanya Boucher emphasizes how the significance of algorithm comes through their enactment. So this is an algorithm for a performance. It's written in pseudocode. It's loosely written in based on processing for JavaScript or P5.js. And it starts with let performer equal L Putnam me, location, Emerson Contemporary, a gallery in Boston, space, concrete gallery space with window wall on street level, dates, there's an array with 2 dates there, the 23rd, 25th of January, duration 1 hour. I then have 4 gestures. I perform exercise in accordance to animation, scream, crash, fix technical issue, scream, override. I have 4 or 5 exercises, jogging in place, jumping jacks, squats, burpees, rest, let computers, an array with 2 computers. One generates a series of 5 animations played on a television monitor created in random order for random time, 1 to 5 minutes. And then other computer connected to slit scan camera showing on projector, generating video with colors and sounds based on data from Bluetooth heart rate monitor. Let bug, something goes wrong. Let resolve, technical issue is resolved. I have my setup loop, which runs once, like in processing, and that's the setup for the performance, and then my loop that ends if duration and performance. Probably wondering what this was. This was ghost work. So I'm just going to play this video here. Ooh, very loud. Oh, very loud. Still loud. is the tint and color of this video, the height of the line, and the number there correlates to my heart rate, which is being read from a Bluetooth monitor that I wear as I perform these exercises in response to whatever animation is playing on a machine. These are generative animations, which means they are created from code. They're not pre-recorded. I set them so I'm not exactly sure how long they're going to be or what order they come in. And engaging with this work, I was thinking a lot about principles of data feminism. So particularly the ideas of elevating emotion and embodiment. So here, embodiment, the act of physical movement. I like the idea of using the heart rate even to create a work of art. It's like I'm so productive, I can even make art with my heart rate. This work, it came out a lot also about making labor visible, another aspect of data feminism, where the act of collecting data, but also when things would go wrong in the performance, because whenever I work with wearable text, something always goes wrong. And how can I build that into the work? So the live coding became part of it. But going back to even the points of Busha, where it's not just about the algorithm, but the execution that matters. So even though I did this performance twice, and I generally don't do that, I usually do a performance once and let it go into the ether, each iteration was different. Different things would go wrong. There were different exercises, there was different, and it's that kind of recursivity, that repetition, and the contingency that came from the breakdown and the differences. So the title Ghost Work refers to Mary Gray's and Sadat Suri's description of the hidden labor that powers our current digital technologies. So a lot of this is the work that's hidden beneath the interface. It's partitioned as micro tasks that are distributed through crowd work platforms, increasingly being carried out in the global south. And ghost work is a way of making labor visible, but also emphasizing that humans are part of the machine. So there are repeating loops. There's the repeating loop of the code, the repeating loop of the animation, the repeating loops of the exercises. But these are iterative cycles that are not just recurrences of the same, but create potentials for difference. And media philosopher Yaqui uses this term recursion from computer science to describe this process. And he emphasizes how recursion is not just a loop, but a, quote, a function that calls itself in each iteration until a halting state is reached, which is either predefined an executable goal or a proof of being incompatible, end quote. So it's like more like a spiral. And contingency then for Hui is the rupture of functioning in the systems. And he describes how in modernity, we've come to be defined through resilience or the capacity to tolerate contingency. And this then gets kind of built back into the system. And this work in many ways, I like to think of it even as a kind of critique of my productivity, thinking about a kind of pressure to produce. There was a lot of talk of slowness this morning, and thinking about how even with COVID, this rupture to society, I found myself turning to digital tools for increased productivity, Pomodoro methods to keep going. So even as the body would break down, it was still drawing attention to the computer system that needed to be resolved. And there was also, so there's that aspect of it, but then also thinking about the use of biometric data and collection there, and what Nick Coldry and Ulises Sala Mejias describe as data colonialism, where every aspect of human experience and relationality is put to profitable extraction. So here again, the idea of using the biometric data, even of the heart rate, to produce a work of art, as opposed to thinking of it just as a Fitbit, which could be used as extracted for profit through data collection of data sets. So this is all in ways of making these processes visible and performing them in a way that almost becomes comical in their output. Even to the first iteration of presenting this work, I had a friend there, and I kind of told her I'd involve her, but I didn't tell her what. And I just kind of stuck the heart rate monitor on her, and I was like, great, okay, you do the exercise now, I gotta go grab a drink of water. And so thinking of that idea of proxy, thinking of these ideas of, hacking the system and modifying the body to meet the needs of the tech. So this, you can read more about this in the paper. I'll skip more of the analysis. I want to get to Friction now, which is the second performance that I did as part of this exhibition in Boston. So Ghostwork was performed at the opening of the show in January. It was performed twice, and then I did Friction to close the show. This is the algorithm for Friction. It was a collaboration between myself and my partner, David Stalling. Same gallery. There's one date. It went once. Again, an hour. And then the gestures, Googling the term friction, transcribing search results onto sheets of acetate, oopsies, vocalizing search results at the pace of writing. There was an improvised electroacoustic soundscape with a contact microphone, voice modulation, and yeah. And then again, the setup. So this result was Friction, which is another work where it's still thinking about questions of data, questions of algorithms, here engaging with the search algorithm of Google, of PageRank, and what to do with this accumulation of information. So I'm just going to play this video. And again, pulling down a bit. So what I did is I would do searches for the term friction, and I would write them on this overhead projector, writing upside down to defamiliarize that task, and then also trying to speak at that pace of writing. So here, introducing that slowness that I felt like was missing from the first performance. My data set was based on what I could find within that time of searching, and again, the pace of writing in this manner. It was a slow and small data set. Again, thinking about the principles of data feminism, which challenges this emphasis on these large-scale data sets. And then also bringing in the sonic as part of it as a way of presenting data. I intentionally use the Google search engine because this really is the kind of predominant search engine, and there has been quite a lot of literature that's critiqued how Google organizes information and in turn organizes the world. And just thinking about, this was the time when ChatGPT was also raising a lot of concerns in academia, and this capacity to gather information, and reading the literature that is critiquing search engines and how they organize information, we see this upscaled with these large language models where you don't get that kind of context there. Even at least with going through the searches, I wouldn't go into I have these different rules, like I wouldn't go and look at the page, I just write what was ever on the search results, and then collect them in this visual palimpsest that arose. And I was interested in this operational logic of organizing information. And there's an opacity to ChatGPT then, where you're not certain where the information is coming from and what it relates to. But it gets pushed, and we see it celebrated as a means of increasing productivity and improving optimization. But what gets lost in this emphasis on efficiency, and who and what benefits from increased optimization? And that got me interested in the work of Alison Powell, who's done a lot of work on smart cities. and emphasizing how data needs to be cleaned, ordered, parsed in order to improve predictability and provide the most optimal results. And the result being is that software platforms in turn influence how we engage with the world, a lot like Google. So friction, and I do want to point out, I read Powell's work after doing this performance, but I really thought it worked well, her insights on friction, is that friction is vital for countering these processes of optimization because it challenges the kind of calculative logic there. And Anna Singh defines friction as, quote, the awkward, unequal, unstable, and creative qualities of interconnection across difference, end quote. So instead of looking at problems to be resolved, like the contingencies that are overcome through modernism and resilience, instead, friction is what makes connection possible. And so many systems aim to reduce friction in order to improve optimization, but this algorithmic thinking precludes potential for alternative processes. So I think it ways connecting too with Izzy what you were talking about, and also with your presentation, those moments of friction that became important for the development, yeah.
You're over time.
Okay, so you can read the rest about it in the paper. That's okay.
Thanks, Elle. Well, you started doing the panel discussion there. Okay, thank you for a very... So 3 very different papers, presentations, and but with a similar theme in the ways of doing. Okay, so I was sitting there thinking, what is it? I can see there's similarities between these presentations, but I'm trying to figure out what exactly it is. And I was thinking of praxis, and it's the generation of knowledge through doing something, which can be a very challenging connection to explain. Okay, and particularly in the context, I think they were all feminist projects. Let me know if you disagree with me. But I wanted to ask each of you about what you found the challenges in praxis in taking the knowledge from doing, and within a feminist framework that is maintaining ethics of care and representation. So I'll start with you, Ala, do you think? Should I?
I'll try my best.
Yeah.
So I think where I felt like my feminist kind of mindset came about the most was when I was doing the Survivors of the War on Terror. Because I went into an environment where it was male dominant, and I came in. I was this little short person that had a squeaky voice and probably was like they wouldn't expect me to do something like this, and I literally was like, no, I'm doing this. And they weren't expecting it at all, and I made my voice loud, I made myself I was heard, and a lot of the organizations that I approached would not take me serious at first, that when I kept at it, they were like, okay, yeah, she's serious. And then now looking back at the work, I'm like, I'm glad that I didn't let them get to me, especially because most of the organizations that I did speak with were male dominant. So that's the one thing where I felt like, as an artist and as a creative, my feminism was important. But then later on, I needed to balance that feminism with the women that I was working with and their representation and what they would. And me letting go of that control of the camera and everything, that was important for me to be able to empower them, for them to be empowered and have a voice.
So it's really speaking to power there, isn't it? First of all, the extra effort and power you have to put to get in, and then to be able to let go of some of that, to let the work take place. Yeah. Izzy?
I suppose that my perspective is different from Ala's and Elle's in the sense that during COVID, we heard a lot about people on the front line. And I see your work, in a sense, kind of on the front line of practice, whereas obviously and creating kind of an intervention in, patriarchal spaces, normative spaces. And obviously that's what our project is doing as well. But I guess I feel, because of, I suppose, the nature of the project and the fact that it emanated from, previous projects and previous networking projects, that there's a sense of being, I guess, protected, from that. So, in a sense, I'm engaging with those activists and artists and scholars who are on the front line, and so I've presented their work today, and they're the ones, in a sense, who are doing that labour, that you speak about there in particular, and who have to take on that extra kind of emotional toll. Whereas I think, and I suppose that's something maybe that other research projects, I guess, can learn maybe from our project as well, is that the way that the infrastructure, the way that it was set up and the way it was established, that the people that I was engaging with, the networks that we had, even the people that came to our events, there was that sense of being one, and being connected and interconnected in that sense, that we weren't battling into a space, that space had already been created, in a sense, from previous projects and previous networks that have been established. So I think that was particularly useful.
And I still think you were, so in your instance it was different. You're interviewing people who have done the doing, but you're still formulating the knowledge and understanding from that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and yeah.
And did you find any challenges to that? What would you consider the challenges of that? Of that process of the praxis, because you're examining the doing and generating the understanding.
I don't think in terms of challenges. I just think in terms of maybe, every project has challenges, but I think what was important was, and again, this is, I guess, embedded in the ethos of the project, was the idea of slowness. There was the idea of recognising and giving people that sense of, allowing people to have time to reflect afterwards, to be able to redact, and that was spoken about this morning as well, to be able to kind of redact information as well. So maybe they have engaged, maybe they've agreed in an interview, but also to give that space to change people's mind, and that consent is ongoing. And I mean, I suppose one of the challenges is that, a lot of people we're engaging with are, have a lot of responsibilities, or maybe doing their particular praxis work in, part-time or in their own time, in their spare time. So the time that they have to, when you're engaging them in the process of, because we've invited them to participate and contribute to metadata, to interview description if they want, and so when you're giving people that takes time, as well. And I suppose to allow yourself, and again, that was spoken about this morning, in terms of the archiving reproductive health space, to embed that into research projects, and to recognise that, to be feminist. And I know Sarah was talking about that as well this morning, in terms of just the time that it takes to, how will we, the creation of metadata or whatever it might be, that if you're being reflexive, if you're being critical, like a lot of the time when we were talking about consent, somebody may have consented to something during an interview, but actually in the discussions afterwards, I remember us talking like, we've asked them if they wanted to be in the Irish Qualitative Data Archive. They said yes, But actually, I don't, based on what other things that they've said, I don't think that they may actually want that. So we've gone back to them and said, do you? And they're like, oh no, actually, that's not what I want. You know, so it's so yeah, I think that's in time really. That's a bit of a challenge, but important, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense. Elle?
I did talk a little bit about the conceptual underpinnings, but I think one of the things with practice too is the skills that would go into it. I'm a self-taught coder, and one of the reasons I use P5JS is because it's this open source community that's also big on being accessible and being available to people who don't have a background in coding or may be excluded from coding contexts. And even today, I feel like, oh, I'm not really a coder. I feel like I approach coding like I would learning how to knit. It's like
a crafter,
which in itself is very gendered connotations in it.
Yeah.
But I was very struck in your presentation talking about how you are going to now learn the skills to go back, and I love that idea of putting the skills in service of the work. And I just think it's an important aspect that's not always thought about. When we're talking about artists' works, we think about the final product, but not what we needed to learn to do it.
And a lot of the times when we're doing these projects is we actually have to change our practice a lot of the times, just so we can navigate the project and everything. Like I share a studio with a performance artist. Funny enough, she's now video editing, she's now doing photography. It's a collaboration between me and her, and she'll be like, okay, what about this edit? And it's a change and a change and a change all the time that everyone forgets about. And our brains don't turn off either. It's like, I go to sleep and I'm dreaming of my project. Like, yeah, it's a constant.
Yeah, so that adaptability is important as well. Okay. Any questions from the rest of the room for our panel? Anne?
I think you've used some really lovely phrases to describe kind of how knowledge gets gendered or can be ungendered. Like you talked about battling into space. And I was really interested, Ella, in your project where you chose to not necessarily battle into space with the Roma women. And you talk about points of friction. And the ways in which I'm just wondering, like, are what we sometimes see as failures in research actually points of friction that in a different way become kind of generative? Like, I'm really stuck on your choice to not go into battle around the women getting to participate, and I'm just really interested to hear more about that and kind of what you were thinking.
Because I knew if I go into battle, it probably affect their house and their environment and everything. I'm gonna go home. I'm going to have a peaceful day. Yeah, I battled this. But for them, it's their household, it's their community and everything. If they wanted to battle for that project, they needed to battle for it themselves. I can't be battling for them. And because I do not know in the really end, are they going to hate me for it? Or are they going to be happy with it? I know they enjoyed the project. But at the same time, I don't want to be there affecting their every single day environment. Like if I go into battle with their husbands or anything, it becomes a toxic environment for them that I created.
And did you get to talk to them about it subsequently and kind of hear what they thought about it?
So how I knew about this, so the workshops, I had 4 workshops. I was getting full turnout. I'd come to a workshop, no turnout. I'd come into another workshop, no turnout. And there was a person, because they all live in the surrounding area, so they can see that I'm coming. So one of them came up about the 3rd time that there was no turnout, she came in. And I was like, what the hell is happening and everything? She was like, we all want to come. She was like, it wasn't even the male figures, it was a higher family up there that had said, no, do not come anymore. I was like, we were trying to figure out why. So one of them was because of who I am. The other thing was they wanted payment as well. So they have gotten so used to getting payment out of other projects that they wanted that as well, and we didn't have the funding for that. So there was 2 things. There was half saying because of my Muslim background, and there was other half saying because it was payment. So that's the struggle life.
One thing I'm thinking about too is, Anne, you made the point about these failures as friction. I think too about, you know, academia, it's rooted in this kind of enlightenment, search for knowledge, you find the truth, you know, even if we're not in sciences, there is this kind of emphasis, like we need to find the truth. But a theme I keep seeing throughout the day is this right to opacity that Edward Glissant talks about, how, you know, to not tell the story, to not, you know, become involved. And we have that right, but especially when we think about knowledge and truth, those moments where it's not clear, those moments of friction, of paradox, of failure in the pursuit of knowledge are not considered value, but in actuality are quite fruitful. And I think it's something too, one of the struggles of trying to create art and write theoretically in an academic context is, at the end of the day, you're judged on this particular criteria.
Yeah, it invites a certain, I think, humility as well, because it's about because, you know, you might have particular ambitions for your research project, you know, and really, or your archive, or, you know, whatever it might be, but it's about recognising that, you know, no, that's not the most important thing. You know, the most important thing is the communities, is those people and their needs and their wishes, and even if what they could offer would, you know, make your project or, you know, archive so much more rich, if it's going to, well, if it's against their wishes, you know, in any way, or if it's going to potentially cause them harm, then that overrides anything else. And that's the key thing.
But I do think those moments of friction are actually really important, because they're the point at which it's not going how you anticipated, and actually there's a lot to learn from those moments.
Yeah, and I think I hope she doesn't mind me mentioning it, but the interview I did with Abir Hussain, who I spoke about a bit in the presentation today, as part of our group coaching session, because she invited us for the team to engage with the interview and with the video as well, and it was interesting during that team coaching session and actually during the interview itself. So what I do, and again, this is, I suppose, maybe coming from my neurodivergence, is about, I would go through the consent form at the start of the interview, the recording, rather than emailing the form to get them to fill it out and send it back, because I know that just sends my head into a spin when I have to fill out forms. So it's about kind of reducing that labour. So usually that would take about a minute and a half just to kind of run through the consent form. I think it took about 30 minutes on the Abir's interview, because the discussion went into consent, you know. Whereas I think if I had just gotten the form in advance of the interview, we had this really kind of important and enriching conversation around consent. And then I think when we were doing the qualitative coding sessions, I think Janine, it might have been you, or I could be misquoting you, but we were kind of wondering, I think you were wondering whether the questioning around the nature of how kind of consent is recorded in a project is problematic, and you were kind of wondering, is that being critical of our project, or is it in general? And it was, you know, it was around, because she's a researcher as well, and it was around the whole how we. It's a kind of a tick the box exercise, you know, in research projects often, and it's around collecting consent in advance of sharing the data and sharing the knowledge. So how do I know what I'm going to say? And that, you know, so it's the whole, and it's not ongoing as well, you know. So a lot of the queer archivists I interviewed were talking about, you know, say having photographs of people from the 90s at protests or rallies or whatever, or even at social events. And maybe, you know, they're not out as queer, and all of a sudden, if you have those in an archive, are you outing people, you know, as queer, or people, you know, photographs of people who before they transitioned, and, you know, all of that kind of thing, and they're really important considerations to take into account. So yeah, I think that whole that discussion that we had at that interview with Abir about consent was really interesting, and then it invited us then to have the whole conversation around consent. But I suppose what the project allows is those moments, as you say, those moments of friction, or those moments that you might, like in another interview, you might go, oh God, we're spending too much time on this, we have to move on. Whereas it was about just, no, actually this is a really important discussion, so let's just lean into this. And these are semi-structured interviews, so I don't have a list of questions I have to get through, and wherever the interview takes us, it'll take us, so yeah.
Yep. Good points, thank you. Tina?
One question, it may be trivial, but I think it's kind of an issue to Ella and Elle, which is just really about, in a way, maybe it's training, it's perception, I don't know, but we tend to think about screen practices in a way as kind of providing clarity, windows onto reality, windows onto truths, and those kind of things. And the same with data. Like we kind of assume there's something hard and be truthful about data in some kind of way. And yet, like in the way that you've both spoken about your practice, just words that I wrote down as I was listening to you, I don't know if you said them or whether I heard them myself, was like latency, ambiguity, retreat. It is that capacity, I think you used that word earlier as well. It's just like, what do you think, considering kind of the mediums that you're working in, what is it you're trying to, is it something about the medium that you're trying to reveal in the withdrawal? Is it something about the inquiry? Is it something about the status of knowledge? Or just be interested to...
For me, it depends on each project.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it depends on each project.
Yeah.
Even the project, my methodology changes for each one. There's ones that I didn't show all my work, I've just used text, which I normally use photography and visuals arts and everything. But for the tint of trauma, the important thing was to show clarity and show a new perspective that hasn't been spoken about, and the gap in telling these kind of stories. It just depends on each project that I go into, and depends also on the conversation. Because if I tell you, oh, I'm going into this project to do this, then for me it's not really socially engaged. It depends on what they want, and that's how I've, since that change, and especially when I went into my MA, and I've seen that the ethics of journalism don't agree with me, I became 100% sure in this kind of methodology, and I cannot be in control. Whatever the group that I'm working with and what they want is what they get. Even to what audience do they want it to be for, I'm happy with that. So that's how it's the most difficult as well, especially when you're writing funding applications. Because
you have to say, trust me. I don't know yet, but trust me. But what you can't do, you have to come up with something and then say it has changed.
There's a group of youngsters that wanted to work with me, and I put in some young people, and I put in an application, and I got a phone call of the arts officer, and they were like, we loved your proposal. One of the judges knew you and knew that you were capable of this project because of the way you work. But the two other judges didn't know you, and they decided that they're not giving you the funding. So it's also who you know. So that was interesting.
We might just skip to Elle for because Tina mentioned her.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think art, because I do write, as Tina reminded me, I'm also a writer. And I find with writing, especially writing theoretical texts, everything has to be very clear, precise, and I consider it a different headspace. When making art, I want to invite a sense of ambiguity in the audience. Some of my favorite compliments are, I'm not sure what I'm feeling, but I like it. And sometimes that can mean doing works that it's trying to evoke that range of emotions throughout the experience, for instance, of performance over an hour. So for ghost work, I specified that people didn't need to sit. They could move around. And at the opening, I mean, there are people attending and stuff, and then they go off and chatter and this and that. The second time I did it, a class was there, and some people watched for like 2 minutes, and then some people sat there the entire hour. And just get
awkward.
But it was quite that aspect of it, because for that it becomes then a durational experience for the spectator or for the audience, where they're coming into it, and it I like to open that space because I don't feel like we have many opportunities for that kind of space. And I think one of the things I really love about art is the capacity to have contradictory things in the same space, and it's fine. You don't have to resolve it. And it's something, because again, I think it goes back to this question of what is knowledge, and it's not so much a pursuit of truth, but that enactment of experience, that becoming that happens through our being in the world. And I guess in that way it's more phenomenological, but it also becomes a critique of the medium. I tend to create very glitchy works. This was more subtle. I have a tendency to use a lot of flashing graphics, but I like that to draw attention, because I feel like the minimal designs, the slick interfaces hide that messiness of digital tech. Digital tech, more often than not, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And I think we experienced a lot of that in Zoom. We were in that forced state of digitality, where like the Zoom calls break down and everything, but it's like a denial. So it becomes a critique of the medium, but it's also, I don't know, I kind of fear a world where we try to optimize everything. And hence the title on not becoming machine.
Do you want to add to that, Al? Or Izzy? Get mixed up now. Tea break soon.
Tea break soon, yeah. No, I was just gonna kind of mention the messiness as well, and that's and the playfulness, that they kind of come through as well, and and that idea of the glitches and making the kind of the glitches explicit, in that sense, because, and you can understand that term glitch, I suppose, in lots of different ways, because in some ways, like it reflects the, when certain biases become apparent in technologies, they can be blamed on the glitch, but we know that that's actually the system at play, so when you when you expose, or when you make that visible, make those glitches visible, it's around drawing attention to those kind of embedded biases that exist, but also the potentiality of those glitches to subvert as well. So and challenging the slickness and the I think that embracing the not knowing where this is going to end up, in a sense, because as you were saying, because that's so important, because not having this sort of predetermined outcome at the end, and that was something that came through in the interviews as well, about the having the sort of the needs of the community and the needs of the project to kind of determine the skills that are developed, the digital skills are developed, because but as well, obviously a certain amount of skills have to be there to begin with. So again, it's that kind of symbiotic, one forming the other, and one informing the other, and one moulding the other, to get to where you might end up, which is probably uncertain, from the beginning, which is, and in a sense, that uncertainty is something not to be scared of, I guess. Yeah.
Also, when we're developing these skills, we're visioning really high, but by the time we finish them, they're like a bit slow. Just one thing that I want to clarify. So when I was talking about my dad earlier, I do want to say that he was proven innocent in 2012 and he was delisted off the Interpol and the UN list. So I keep on forgetting. I love the fact that I'm always saying the whole story and I forget that bit. But the struggle still lives on because he's on the United States list. So we still struggle with that, but at least he can travel again for the first time. Yes.
Can I ask one last question?
Yes, go ahead.
As I'm listening to the three of you, and with regards to your statement brings this up also, there's something about control in all of the projects. I wondered if you acknowledge that, and in attempts at authenticity or ethics, or indeed not controlling the outcome, would you agree that there's a degree of control? And how do you feel about that control?
Who wants to jump in on that one? Yeah?
Yeah, because I'm raging at this
Yeah.
right now. There is. Like for me right now, because I'm doing it through academia, the amount of the control that academia wants, it's not the control that I'm used to. To the extent where the women in my project want to be identified, they want their faces, their names and everything. The ethics board in my university was like, no, they need to be anonymized. But it's their voices, they want to be heard. Who am I to tell them, who's the university to tell them they need to be anonymized? It's because they're sharing like these stories that haven't been, like they're not a public figure and horrific, but they want to say them. I'm like, so there's always some kind of, as much as you don't want control, there's either the funder or the academic or someone else that is around you that is going to force you to be having to have some kind of control.
Yeah, and I think so. You know, with like digital humanities projects, there's and because I'm in the process at the moment of applying for funding, so I'm very much up to my eyes with this at the moment. I'm familiar with the lingo, but you know, there's a real focus on the FAIR principles and, you know, having data accessible and interoperable and all of this, but you know, those principles can be quite problematic, you know, from a feminist point of view. So we were also conscious of thinking about the care principles that came from, you know, Indigenous practices of data governance. And one of the interviewees, Deb Verhoeven, talks about that idea of ownership and control, because oftentimes, you know, when we think about control and we think about access, they can you know, we can think of open and closed, but that's very binary, you know, very binary thinking. Whereas, you know, she talks about the control at kind of a more granular level. And she talks about clopenness, you know, as well. And in relation to the care principles and Indigenous data governance, Roopsie Razam as well, who's on our advisory board, and I also interviewed a digital humanities scholar, and you know, and she also talks about that, you know, about the care principles and the importance of different levels of access depending on the community, you know, so maybe even within a marginalised community that there's particular people within that community, so, you know, like let's say with the Roma women that you were, so maybe that the Roma women themselves would have access to something that maybe other people within the community wouldn't have, whereas our systems are more rigid and more binary, and they don't allow that. So, you know, when we talk about disrupting binaries, you know, we're thinking about that, and I know I'm looking at you because I know you'll talk about that in lots of ways in your talk later on. But yeah, we're thinking about that in, you know, at the level of gender identity, at the level of digital infrastructure, at the level of research teams, you know, throughout. So yeah.
Okay, just one final point. Yeah. I'm just thinking of also the control that comes from when we put trust in algorithms and technology to take the place of human decision making, and without acknowledging the fact that all the human biases, all of the human in these structures, these systems that have formulated with all these power structures, they're perpetuated through it, and how we can control them on a granular level. So control of time, control of information, and in ways that we don't see it. It feels free. So it's even a kind of control that we're not even aware. I guess it's quite Foucauldian that way. That's it.
Thank you. I'm Robbie O'Rua, as Elle said. I am / was the Irish artist in residence for Full Stack Feminism in 2023. So my body of work was called Digitron Revelations, and it was an imagining of a transgender apocalypse in response to narratives about trans identity online, and also my own experience using the cyberspace as a method for gender expression. So a bit of background on me. I'm currently and newly the visual arts manager at Gertrude Lane Arts Centre in Waterford. I was the assistant the last time I gave a talk. I am a visual artist, self-proclaimed pop star, DJ sometimes, a very beautiful tran, aspiring researcher and academic, but wouldn't go as far as to call myself one yet, and possibly an icon, but that's not up for me to decide. So my background is one of the working class Irish trans woman, pretty much cut in stone. I know 3 more of me, but that's all there are in the country. And my practice goes on to explore and investigate the use of cyberspace and video games by trans people to explore their identity and engage in radical self-metamorphosis to be able to really get to grips with their identity and expression of gender without the constraint of social paradigms or physicality. So this body of work was Digitron Revelation or Revolution. You can say it how you want. You can try say both at the same time. I struggled every time. It was 7 prints and an audiovisual piece and a small zine, the remaining copies of which are currently in the University of Sussex. So yeah, it refers to the imagery and allegory of the Book of Revelations, notions of satanic panic, and the concept of the abject trans feminine. So it came about as a response to the situation I had found myself in. So I finished my bachelor's degree in fine arts in Limerick School of Art and Design in 2021, just at the tail end of COVID. So I didn't really find myself in a position to stay in Limerick and stay in the community or scene that I had found for myself, and moved home. I moved home from a small city to an even smaller city that is basically just a town, but from what I learned recently has a cathedral in it, so that's why it's a city by default. We have a population of 80,000 people around in our metropolitan district, a very quiet and underground queer scene, so it's not very easy to be queer in Waterford, I'd say. Like you stick out like a sore thumb. Very much so. There is kind of this joke, most of us do work in the arts in Waterford City, and there's a joke that you could throw a stone and hit 5 of us at once because we're all constantly in the same kind of circles. But I found myself kind of escaping into the same modes of escapism that I had as a child. Having moved home, reverting back to kind of patterns of my day-to-day that I had as a teenager. At the time, I hadn't access to hormone replacement therapy, so my dysphoria was crazy. My escape was coming up to Dublin City to see my friends and go partying, which is why I have the Lady Gaga GIF there, because it was literally my weekends were sleep, bus, club, another club, plane to go visit my friends in London, and then another plane back to here to go out again here. But never in my day-to-day life. It was kind of contained to these micro experiences where I felt I could truly be queer and be myself. So I had to go back into the online sphere. I played a lot of Doom, specifically Doom 64, which is kind of colloquially known as a boomer shooter. And then I played a lot of Elden Ring as well, which came out in 2022, and was playing that up until I was chosen as the Irish Artist in Residence, and was like, yes, purpose again. It was brilliant. I was so excited to go on. But going into the project, I had all these notions, ideas, racking about in my brain, engaging actively with escapism in online spaces and video game spaces. Elden Ring was an amazing one because I had full depth of character customization. So I made a character called Kaiju, who was the feminine body type, but I made her really buff. And it was this really interesting blend of physical attributes that in my real life both give me dysphoria, but also are things that would give me gender euphoria if I had as well. Like, she was really curvaceous, she had strong hips, big breasts, and I was like, yes! But she was also really muscly and had like a strong jaw and was very powerful, like super androgynous, both hypermasculine and hyperfeminine. And the settings of both games really informed the work as well, because both are apocalyptic in nature. So Doom is about space hell and the legions of hell from space invading the moon, and you're a soldier trying to fend them off. And then in Elden Ring, you're someone who's been cut off from the grace of their god that is trying to take a seat at the throne and basically become one with God again. This led me into the exploration, and it was a very angsty body of work, I would say. So I looked back into games I had played previously or wanted to play. I was really interested in notions of the abject feminine and kind of like archetypes of girly bruiser, tough girls, masculine girls, tomboys. Because even in my own experience of gender, I've always really resonated with the masculine or androgynous woman rather than the feminine woman. Which is kind of interesting as a trans woman where hyperfemininity is expected and usually demanded of me. So I reference pop culture and online culture quite a lot in my work. So I made the body of work started with this fake ad that I made for He Shein, and it was a guillotine cock ring. This idea of the mass commodification of castration to force feminize everyone. My work is tongue-in-cheek and satirical. It is meant to be taken as a joke, just a preface. I don't actually have an agenda. That's the point of the body of work. So I also used it as an area to kind of vent a lot of my frustrations of my experience of living as a trans woman in online spaces. So whether it comes to dating apps or even just in general constantly being fetishized, constantly having hypersexuality expected of me, and the constant sexualization or desexualization of my identity, my body, and how I choose to present myself, and kind of using it as an outlet just to be emo again, because I hadn't been emo since I was a teenager. And it was really, really fun. So this moved me onto the execution of the work. So I primarily used Blender for the majority of my work. A lot of Photoshop too. So I would render each individual 3D model and then bring it into Photoshop and compile them together, because I do not have a strong setup. I am from a working class background. Until the job I have now, I was on a CE scheme from the department, like social welfare. So I didn't really have loads of technological resources, but that's kind of integral to a lot of my work as well. Just in the spirit of intersectionality, to address that I take a lot of working class and cheap approaches to making work as best as I can. And I like to think the work that I make is something that my friends from my council estate growing up could make as well, which is really important to me. But yeah, so I decided with the prints, there's 7 prints. 7 was a number that came up a lot in the Book of Revelations, which depicted the biblical Armageddon. So I really wanted to have a lot of reference to that. I grew up around a lot of Catholic imagery, obviously being from Ireland, being Irish, and being raised Catholic as well. So it was just natural for me to approach the concept of apocalypse or Armageddon with that lens or with that framework of Catholicism. So there's 7 prints. 4 of them are meant to be an iteration of one of the horsemen of death or horsemen of the apocalypse. So there's war, famine, death, and pestilence, which is a word that I can never remember. And I also have the Coming of the Whore of Babylon. O Mystery, Babs the Great is the name of I call it the Whore of Babylon Babs throughout this. I also have Revelation and Revolutions. So that one is Revolution, or that one was Revelation, the DJ, and this one is Revolution. I also made so many assets. I wanted to include everything, but thought it would be way too busy because I am of the TikTok generation. And I feel like this is probably busy enough already. But if it was me, there'd be so many more assets flying around the screen. But most things were animated individually as well. So I do have an archive on my laptop or like a collection of ephemera from 3D modeling that I think all stand in as part of the body of work that I couldn't have realistically exhibited. But my kind of ethos behind my work, or my aim behind my work, is to imagine a digital subculture and build a faux archive, a pseudo archive, for a community or archetype that doesn't exist. And that archetype is the Digitron, which I'm only remembering now. I didn't address or give an explanation for, so I'll do that now. But the Digitron is an archetype that I coined for my degree show. And the Digitron, in essence, is meant to be the transgender individual whose identity would not exist without the interception of the cyberspace. So, a trans woman, I'm a Digitron. I would have been queering my gender and acting as a trans person through video games, through the internet from a very young age. I don't remember a time without my access to, video games or the internet. I had a Tumblr account at like 9 or 10 years old. On Tumblr at 9 or 10 years old, I was a girl. Nobody, not in my day-to-day life, not away from keyboard, but online I was a girl from that very moment. And I think that is Digitron. Digitron is being the queer kid that always chose the opposite gender to when you play a fighting game or like a multiple character selection game. And it's this distinct generational experience that doesn't have a clear aesthetic. And through my practice, I'm trying to imagine what that could look like. But yeah, and my reflections. So I always thought this is the 3rd Digitron body of work. So there was Digitron for my degree show, under commission with Project Art Centre and RTE Culture in 2022, I made Digitron Reloaded. And then this past year, I did Digitron Revelations/Revolutions with Full Stack Feminism and Digital Humanities. And it was always meant to be a trilogy because it was meant to follow the pattern of the Matrix films, because everything is a meme or a joke to me. Like I have to have that consistently throughout my work. And I was like, okay, so yeah, the end has to be the last Matrix movie. This is my 3rd Matrix film. And through this project, it was really interesting to see a new avenue of research start to open up to me that focused in more on this idea of angst and social response in digital spaces to trans identity, where before my practice had always been about how trans people express themselves. but not how trans people are received. And in the time since making that body of work, having time to reflect, having had the opportunity to write an essay for the Pub, which I don't know when that'll be out, but keep an eye. It's Digitron Revolutions, an audacious proposal. It's really funny. And I had a chance to do that. And I also thankfully started Hormones, which I'm delighted about. Won't shut up about. My friends are really annoyed about it. But it's really interesting to have this estrogenized lens on the body of work, and to be able to look at where the whole body of work, the imagery in it throughout, is this forcing people onto hormones, because that's what trans exclusionary radical feminism expects of me. That's what transphobes expects of me. And it's really interesting to be on the hormones now and be like, actually, maybe I was onto something there. Maybe that is, you know. But it is, yeah, a strange one. And I'm really excited to see where I go with this body of work going forward. Because I'm not ready to put the Digitron to bed. You know, I want to see what else. What does the world look like after her apocalypse? You know, and what would our world look like if more people were trans? That's what really interests me. But yeah, I don't know if I'm under or way over.
You're just right.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
So this is a performance lecture. Sorry about that previously. Technology never works, and I never expected to. All that you touch, you change. All that you change, changes you. The only lasting truth is change. God is change. This is a visual essay making experimental inquiries into spatial computing through a practice-based methodology rendered through a Black feminist lens. Catherine McKittrick, in her book Demonic Grounds, Black Women and the Cartographies of Struggle, she says, "What I feel is important to outline in terms of the geographies of transatlantic slavery and my larger discussion on Black women's geographies is not so much the vast and differential processes of captivity. Instead, I turn to slavery through memories, writings, theories, and geographies to address the idea that locations of captivity initiate a different sense of place through which Black women can manipulate the categories and sites that constrain them. Of course, the technologies and violences of slavery, as they are spatialized, do not disappear when Black women assert their sense of place. But Black women also inhabited what Jenny Sharp calls the crevices of power necessary to enslavement, and from this location, some were able to manipulate and recast the meanings of slavery's geographic terrain. This essay will explore the possibility of making something new, uncharted, a computational marronage, through questioning the validity of Cartesian coordinates as related to 3D space. This inquiry will move away from XR technology and its development, which is inherently biased, and deploys technologies that replicate the same problematic viewpoints. Raymond Amaro says in the essay Haunting Blackness and Algorithmic Thought, the moralist crusade against malignant techno-influence, although in the guise of the everyday programmer, is illustrative of the astounding hauntiness of synthesis. What I mean is that this superimposition of practices can help us understand how easily machine learning ethics can align itself with the same violences it seeks to mitigate, and how existing social constructs are open playgrounds where one can assume the role of ethicist based on the sole merit of an ability to code. In my research, I attempt to think through what 3D space is by interrogating the validity of Cartesian coordinates. In the praxis of demapping, I think about charting new cartographies of mobility for Black women as I create environments foregrounding their subjectivity. I'm interested in developing computational spaces that negate the inherent violences of extractivist and human labor-dependent economies. In my VR experiences, the praxis of demapping is available to alter the relation of coordinates, navigation, and volume. My attempt at demapping in XR can offer the same possibilities in the terrestrial realm. As Jean Baudrillard explicates in The Procession of Simulacra, the first paragraph references Borges' allegory of the map as it relates to imperial territorialization. The map simulates territory on a one-to-one scale, causing the materiality of the map to show evidence of its relation to the terrain. He says, if we were able to take as the finest allegory of simulation the Borges tale where the cartographers of the empire draw up a map so detailed that it ends up exactly covering the territory, but where the decline of the empire sees this map become frayed and finally ruin a few shreds still discernible in the deserts. The metaphysical beauty of this ruined abstraction, bearing witness to an imperial pride and rotting like a carcass, returning to the substance of the soil, rather as an aging double, ends up being confused with the real thing. Then this fable has come full circle for us and now has nothing but a discrete charm of second-order simulacra. End quote. I am interested in the term demapping instead of unmapping, as unmapping, the language implies a notion of erasure. I aim to present a speculative counter-cartography foregrounding spaces like the mountains where the Maroons occupy, the margins, the undercommons, and the garrets as fugitive and productive, where a new set of relations are possible. Like the map in Borges' allegory, let's exploit the porosity. Let's fall through those fissures of reality.
This journey will situate you in close proximity to non-performativity, the water, and knowledges of care. Once you are so close you can touch it, fall into it, disappear into it, becoming more entangled as you traverse through the space. It's your choice what comes next. Your return to the performance, the identity, and the body beholden, or do you refuse the performance and legibility in order to draw closer into this other space, a space that is
photosynthesis, the harvesting of sunlight to produce energy, is the ultimate driver of virtually all life on the surface of us.
By making propositions towards three-dimensional space through my demapping praxis, I am enacting what Catherine McKittrick calls a spatial act. 3D space is mapped, understood, and made navigable through Cartesian coordinates. These coordinates also relate to navigating the terrestrial realm. The one Cartesian coordinate system is the origin, the 0 point, the x-axis. The second Cartesian coordinate system incorporates the y. This enclosure fixes the location. This makes the origin didactic. The xy coordinates makes a location legible, mappable. This makes way for the practice of cartography. The third Cartesian coordinate system allows for cartography to encompass dimensionality and mobility by the inclusion of z. In the 3D computational space, the three-coordinate system, the x and the y axis, allows you to know you are oriented right side up. The inclusion of Z allows for proximity and for you to navigate proximity. Let's return to Catherine McKittrick to discuss navigating three-dimensional space through a Black feminist geographic lens. She says, if we imagine that traditional geographies are upheld by their three-dimensionality, as well as corresponding language of insides and outsides, borders and belongings, and inclusions and exclusions, we can impose domination as a visible spatial project that organizes, names, and sees social differences, such as Black femininity, and determines where social order happens. If we think about the three-dimensional cartographic methodology of the coordinate system and their attributed meaning in regards to imperialism and colonialism that have maintained their categorical organizing of territories and subjugation as a spatial project, what happens when we depart from the dependence of the coordinate system? Through this essay, Interrogating Cartesian Coordinates, I'm interested in finding liminal and demapped spaces. In my research, when I use the technology imbued with systemic bias to world build speculative environments dedicated to Black and feminist thought to critique the technology I am activating, I am seeking to enact what Sarah Ahmed in the book Queer Phenomenology, Orientation, Objects, and Others calls disorientation. And she says, moments of disorientation are vital. They are bodily experiences that throw the world up or throw the body from its ground. Disorientation as a bodily feeling can be unsettling, and it can shatter one's sense of confidence in the ground or one's belief that the ground on which we reside can support the actions that make a life feel livable. Such a feeling of shattering or of being shattered might persist and become a crisis. Or the feeling itself might pass as the ground returns, as we return to the ground. The body might be reoriented if the hand that reaches out finds something to steady an action. Or the hand might reach out and find nothing and might grasp instead the indeterminacy of air. The body, in losing its support, might then be lost, undone, thrown. Sometimes disorientation is an ordinary feeling, or even a feeling that comes and goes as we move around during the day. I think we can learn from such ordinary moments. End quote. I bent down to push him another box, full, then straightened quickly as I began to feel dizzy, nauseated. The room seemed to blur and darken around me. I stayed on my feet for a moment, holding on to a bookcase and wondering what was going wrong. Then finally, I collapsed to my knees. I heard Kevin make a wordless sound of surprise, heard him ask, "What happened?" I raised my head and discovered I could not focus on him. "Something is wrong with me," I gasped. I heard him move towards me, saw a blur of gray pants and blue shirt. Then just before he would have touched me, he vanished. The house, the books, everything vanished. Suddenly, I was outdoors, kneeling on the ground beneath trees. I was in a green place. I was at the edge of the woods. Before me was a wide, tranquil river. And near the middle of the river was a child splashing, screaming, drowning.
One of the things that I thought was interesting about this notion of the out from was that, so even in this space, what you're encountering is still that threat of enclosure or captivity. When you describe the out from, there's a lovely book on marronage, and it talks about petit marronage and marronage on the border. And part of what it was is that people who were close enough to the plantation to still be caught, who were living in trees, who found a way to dwell in the forest, but they couldn't leave any marks of human habitation. And to me, that's the kind of an out from. So you escaped a certain kind of enclosure, but that threat.
Demapping as a counter-cartographic endeavor towards disorientation and the generative possibility of not being right side up offers a strategy for creating new relations to coordinates. To take my next attempt at demapping, I would like to unpack the liminal spaces of acknowledged precarity and fugitivity, but also the refusal that oozes out from those spaces. These spaces are the garrets found in Harriet Jacobs' autobiographical book, Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, the margins Bell Hooks discusses as being a radical womb of resistance, and the mythopoetic making of the Drexian myth of survival of enslaved women who were pregnant when thrown overboard slave ships. The babies were born underwater and were able to adapt to their watery graves, and through their refusal of erasure, were able to establish an underwater society. I'm interested in these instances of fugitivity as they offer parameters for moving towards computational marronage. To make a speculative offering to 3D world building through my praxis of demapping, I would like to think with Denise Ferreira da Silva's essay towards a Black feminist poetics, the question of Blackness towards the end of the world. "Are you okay?" I called. "Yes," he said. "Just come on and keep your eyes open." One by one, we came abreast of the dog, and he had been shocked and walked past it. It was bigger, grayer animal than I had seen. There was a beauty to it. It looked like pictures I had seen of wolves. It was wedged against a hanging boulder just a few steps up the steep canyon wall from us. It moved. I saw its bloody wounds as it twisted. I bit my tongue as the pain I knew it must feel became my pain. What to do? Keep walking. I couldn't. One more step, and I would fall and lie in the dirt, helpless against the pain, or I might fall into the canyon. It's still alive, Joanne said behind me. It's moving. Its 4 feet were making little running motions, its claws scraping against the rock. I thought I would throw up. My belly hurt more and more until I felt skewered right through the middle. I leaned on my bike with my left arm. With my right hand, I drew the Smith & Wesson, aimed and shot the beautiful dog through its head. I felt the impact of the bullet as a hard, solid blow, something beyond pain. Then I felt the dog die. I saw it jerk, shudder, stretch its body long, then freeze. I saw it die. I felt it die. It went out like a match in a sudden vanishing of pain. Its life flared up, then went out. I went a little numb. Without the bike, I would have collapsed. In this essay, she unpacks inquiries into the transcending possibilities of Blackness as liberated from historical, biological, political, social, and systemic subjugation. In the last portion of the essay, Ferreira da Silva engages in navigating between virtuality and reality by foregrounding the female protagonist from the prolific African-American sci-fi writer Octavia Estelle Butler's work. She discusses how Dana from Kindred can time travel. Her ability to live in and between temporalities is emblematic of traversability, which troubles the linear relation of spatial temporality that Western culture is dependent on. Dana is able to reorder her relationship to coordinates. She is able to challenge their cartographic validity. In the Patternist series, a Yanwu can shapeshift, altering her volume and material appearance. Her ontological coordinates can be in flux at will. She is able to transfer energy for healing. This is what Denise Ferreira da Silva describes as transubstantiality, the transgression of cartographic rendering through the will to be in flux. Lauren Alamina. It was said that Yanwu's clan, the clan of her mother's husband, had members who could change their shapes, take animal forms at will, but Yanwu had seen no such strangeness in them. It was her mother in whom she found strangeness, closeness, empathy that went beyond what could be expected between mother and daughter. She and her mother had shared a unity of spirit that actually did involve some exchange of thoughts and feelings, though they were careful not to flaunt this before others. If Yanwu felt pain, her mother, busy trading at some distant market, knew of the pain and came home. Yanwu had no more than ghosts of that early closeness with her own mother. And Yanwu had no more than ghosts of that early closeness with her own children and with 3 of her husbands. And she had sought for years through her clan, her mother's clan, and others for even a ghost of her greatest difference, the shape changing. She had collected many frightening stories, but had met no other person like herself could demonstrate this ability. Not until now, perhaps. She looked at Doro. What was it she felt about him? The strangeness, perhaps? She had shared no thoughts with him, but something about him reminded her of her mother, another ghost. Lauren Alamina from Parable of the Sower and Parable of the Talents is a hyper-empath. She is able to embody the phenomenological experiences of living things in her proximities. She can feel the pain and pleasure of those around her. Ferreira da Silva discusses her abilities as being transverse ability. She can collapse and layer the coordinates of other bodies and their somatic markers onto her own. Ferreira da Silva's inquiries into Butler's work attempts to explore how virtuality can be a productive experiment within virtual spaces where the coordinates can be altered, as Catherine McKittrick unpacked in her explanation of spatial manipulation earlier in my essay. My essay asks the speculative question, if demapping in 3D spaces can return us to the Borges allegory by collapsing the validity of coordinates in the 3D space with those coordinates in reality. We are all God's seed, but no more or less. So then any other aspects of the universe, God's seed is all there, is all that changes. God's seed is all that spreads earth life to new earths. The universe is God's seed. Only we are Earth's seed, and the destiny of Earth's seed is to take root among the stars. And that's from Parable of the Sower by Octavia E. Butler. Thank you.
So, hello everyone, my name is Yekta Kalontar, and I'm very excited to share a part of my work in today's context. So, as Elle said, I'm currently a PhD candidate here at Maynooth University. My research proposal title is Super Nostalgia World, a cultural process model for video game design using nostalgia. My supervisor is Dr. Janine Naji from the Media Studies Department and Dr. Natalie Colligan from the Computer Science Department. To summarize my project, Super Nostalgia World aims to construct a process model for using nostalgia in the contemporary media of video games. The model offers a structured approach for game designers to consider the complexities of nostalgia use in video game design, emphasizing on cultural respect, social responsibility, and players' experience. Its purpose is to assist designers in navigating various dimensions of nostalgia, addressing challenges posed, and utilizing its potential while incorporating nostalgia through their game design. One of these challenges is considering sex and gender aspects in retelling, recreating, and remastering video games. So, have you played Tomb Raider? Has anyone played Tomb Raider over here? So today I'm gonna bring back some memories of this nostalgic game and try to compare these two eras of the game. So this, as you know, is Lara Croft, and I divide this era based on nostalgic aspects of two eras, the 1996 to 2008 and 2013 to 2019. I call this the original source of nostalgia, and this other one, the remake, the nostalgic one. But for us to make it easier, I'm going to refer as it the old Lara and the new Lara. So throughout this conversation, if I'm going to say old Lara, I mean the previous one, and the new Lara is this beautiful woman over here. I'm going to compare these to the old Lara and the new Lara through the feminist lens in these four aspects. So we're going to have character design. So we're going to talk about body, wardrobe, and persona. We're going to talk about narrative, the backstory, Lara's relations with other characters, and world building aspects, the scenery, the objects, the camera work, and of course the mechanics of the video game, the strength, the skills, the gear, the tools, and everything else that she uses. Tomb Raider was first created by a designer called Toby Gard in 1996 in a studio called Crystal Dynamics. So when Toby Gard kind of presented this game first, based on his own interviews, he mentioned that the reason that he came up with a female protagonist was he looked around and saw that scenery at that moment at the end of the 90s, there wasn't as much female protagonist. But he didn't thought of, okay, so I need a protagonist, just a representation. He kind of saw as a potential marketing strategy, because we didn't have any other kind of competitors in that area. This would be a good reason to promote, strategize, and market a game with a female protagonist. When he brought this idea to the Crystal Dynamics studio, they, of course, denied the idea of a female protagonist. It wasn't something norm in that scenario at that moment. So he came up with a demo. He created a demo to kind of persuade them to go on with this game. And through his demo, he presented the game as like a 3D model. The character is 3D, has the 3D movements in it. And that kind of was groundbreaking for that time. So they kind of accept and they followed that game. Jens, later on at the end, people that I'm going to refer, I'm going to put the bibliography for it, but Jens in 2009 described these female protagonists that came at that time a product of the Supergirl trope at that time, who's a modern day action heroine with a passive femininity and an active masculinity in terms of diametrical opposition and mutual exclusivity. Okay, so we're gonna now talk about some fun parts. At that era, at that post-feminist era, this Supergirl adopts certain characteristics traditionally associated with masculinity as means of empowerment, such as strength, physical strength, action, yet it's seen as here, has extreme, exaggerated feminine body type. According to various fan forums, they figured out the body proportions of Lara. They say that her height is 180, her Weight is 59 kilogram, and her body proportion is 34D and 24 and 35 around her waist. So it's like the body proportion of a Barbie. So as the creator, Toby Gard states himself, his idea of bringing a 3D game to life kind of played into designing this character. Because the game was 3D, they created this bulk around her chest to make it more 3D. So that kind of played in her character design. So now we're going to talk a little bit more about the persona and the tropes that kind of followed this character. So after the success of the game, because of this 3D graphics, this good gameplay that they had, and his unique protagonist, Tomb Raider won the Game of the Year, and Lara Croft appeared on dozens of magazine covers. So they say by 2016, she kind of appeared on around 1,200 magazine covers, more than any supermodel. So she was quite dominant in the media space at that time. The studio that once declined the character, now seeing the potential and the interest in this character, now uses this character as, they market it as a feminist icon, as a heroine, protagonist, everything that they kind of didn't stand for at the first. Now they're marketing as their main goal right now. So that kind of brings us to a conversation about feminist appropriation. And when they kind of need it, they kind of go with it and become like a feminist supportive. Adding to the Supergirl trope, Lara, throughout the sequels up to the 2008, also embodied the femme fatale trope and the problematic aspects of bodies as objects, bodies as weapons, signifying hostile sexism, with the portrayal of female sexuality as manipulative and dangerous. Moving to the wardrobe, the character Lara's wardrobe is perhaps one of the biggest appeals of the Tomb Raider games. In every Tomb Raider game up to 2008, Lara has the ability to choose from a variety of outfits, ranging from explorer clothing to evening wear to wetsuits, bikinis. As the game progresses, the player unlocks these outfits and Lara can wear them as she pleases. For example, should the player choose old Lara, no offense to her, can raid a tomb in her infamous golden bikini, which has no impact in the gameplay and it's merely cosmetic. In addition, most of old Lara's outfits are skin tight, revealing and placing emphasis on her hyper feminine figure and lead to more objectivation of her character. Throughout the story from how, okay, so this is a video. Let me see, yes. Throughout the story, from how Lara interacts with other characters and reacts to situations, from how she fights to how she perceives her strengths and how others treat her, this heroine embodies a male hero with a feminine appearance. Her independence is depicted as isolation. This is my favorite quote of the creator. Be ready. Toby Gard, the creator, states that Lara, strong, independent women, are always the perfect fantasy girls, and the untouchable is always the most desirable. Lara, with her famous double pistol, has a form of lethal erotica glorifying weaponized aggression, violence, pander to a masculine audience, a female icon for men. Throughout the game, there is suggestive animations, very kind of seductive camera work around Lara Croft's world, just showing her through a male gaze. The third-person camera angle allows the player to constantly see Lara's body in full view from behind. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the mechanics of the game. Throughout the game, primarily masculine skills such as physical strength is one of the main skills, implying the female protagonist is powerful as her capability is more like a man. She's stereotypical, all of her heroes. She's a stereotypical all hero, not a female hero. Throughout the game, the way Lara walks, runs, jumps around, all portrays a very seductive manner. She's seductive even when no one's around, bringing her closer to the male fantasy and further from a realistic woman. Now moving on to the new Lara that was created in 2013. This era is a product of multiple factors. One of those is the changing the game studio from Crystal Dynamics to Square Enix. The financial downfall of the previous Tomb Raider games, and most importantly, hiring a female game writer called Rihanna Parchent. She was the main female writer in this project, and when she came aboard, a lot of other female developers and designers and creators also got added to this project, and we can see this later on how that's going to affect the storytelling, narrative, character, persona, and everything. Another impacting factor of this remake or this kind of approach to this character is kind of franchises like the Hunger Games at the time that kind of made the heroine from like the perfect girl, the Supergirl trope, to a more complex, emotionally complex hero. As part of attempt to create a game with more realistic graphics, Lara was redesigned to have more realistic figure. This time she's 168 and she weighs 56 kilogram. Her body proportion is closer, of course, to human anatomy. And Lara's body, even though she's slim, she's athletic and without overstepping current ideals of athletic womanhood. Instead of like being hyper-feminized, she's much more realistic. This is a very interesting thing that they did in this game. So they brought back the mechanics of changing the clothes. That was one of the favorite features in the main Tomb Raider franchises. But instead, they add a mechanics to it. So this time, they change the clothes, but it's not only for entertainment. Each clothes has their set of skills, set of gear that kind of plays into the gameplay. In the new version of the story, Lara operates in an open world map where she does not have complete control over the forces that influences her, such as her environment. For instance, there is some distances that she cannot jump, some areas of the game that she cannot access until she acquires the appropriate gear. This contrasts with the older versions of the story where Lara always had the necessary gear and skills to do everything. Again, playing to that Supergirl kind of trope. Lara's narrative now includes a particular focus on her relationship with her mother and her best friend Sam. But this is still a male. Some papers, some people like Han and Song, I'm going to reference them later on, kind of debates that even though these changes in the narrative happen, but this is still a male-focused narrative, because in the story, even though she herself is not a damsel in distress, but she goes and tries to save other female characters, and they're only there in the story to be saved later on. Another aspect to this narrative is a vulnerability to Lara that she didn't have, that makes her much more realistic. At one point, one of the main plots of the story is how Lara is trying to deal with deal with the violences that she has throughout the game, and deal with like the first person that she kills. Even in the 2018 version of the game, she goes to the therapy, and the trailer of the game is this big scene of her in the therapy. So this sense of vulnerability that wasn't there in the previous game, it's kind of much more dominant in this new Lara era. The violence in the new Lara era is not glorified, but it's hard to watch, and that is because to experience the pain or the hardship that Lara is going through by herself. So it's kind of playing through our experience as a player to empathy and to kind of understand Lara much more better. Okay, so this kind of vulnerable, heroine character that's much more realistic kind of inspired a movement of video games later on. So this new era of Lara was accepted very successfully, had financial success, critically success, the people loved it, and that kind of inspired a movement of like other video games, like famously Ellie in The Last of Us and Cassandra in the Dragon Age Inquisition were inspired by this character of this new era of Lara. Now that we've gone through this, just to compare them a little bit, as you remember, I said that this my main focus of research is about nostalgia. So I haven't, as I said, I'm in second year, I don't know if I mentioned, but I'm still in a literature review. But based on this kind of going through and comparing original material and the game, the remake that kind of drawn from that original, one of the reasons that I kind of signed this new era of Lara as success is that they didn't try to bring everything like nostalgic back. They tried to bring the nostalgia through the game mechanics, through the literal muscle memory of pushing specific kind of buttons to do stuff, through the features that the people love. For example, bringing the outfit change that everyone enjoyed in the original one, and also adding more puzzles, something that was dominant there in the first game that kind of lost in the later on games. So they brought nostalgia through those features, not the visuals and audio kind of aesthetic of the game. But there were some rising issues through this kind of new era of Lara. One of this is their emphasis on vulnerability of this character, that because that was one of the interesting points of the character, they kind of pushed it each video game or sequel that came out and make her even more vulnerable. That kind of creates this a worry that the character will go into the stereotype of woman and hysteria, and also she even can become a damsel in distress herself. So that's something that it could be worth focusing on. But there is another issue that is happening. So past few months, the Crystal Dynamics, the original studio that came up the tomb, created the Tomb Raider, the one that didn't first accepted her, but then when they saw marketing potential, they created this protagonist and exploited the character as a feminist icon. They remastered the original games and they released it again. And one of their selling points for marketing it is this is nostalgic. We're not going to change anything in the game. So that's one of the things that they were heavily marketing, and they were very successful. In the first month of the release of this game, it was released in February 2024. In the first month, they sold around $2 million of this game, so it was quite successful marketing strategy. But they did do one thing. At the beginning of the game, they put this warning sign, acknowledging the racial and cultural appropriations that they have in the game, but they kind of dismissed all of the sexism parts. So people were not happy about this. There's a lot of conversations it was a good idea to put this up or not. Something that's worth looking more into. But this just shows that Critical Dynamics and other video game studios are kind of exploiting this idea of feminism, and it's kind of showing a performative feminism, if one can say. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. There were some really interesting points of connection throughout. So just, I think, in addition to having that connection of the gaming technology in the 3D space, I was very intrigued by how Robbie and Clarice, your work is acknowledging that this is a virtual imagined space, yet replicates reality, but you use this as a space as generative. And then on the other hand, Yekta, where you're talking about these kinds of mainstream cultural productions that has this interesting tension of binary, of masculine, feminine, and it comes up against the snags of that, but instead of working through it, it hits these different points. So I don't know if the three of you want to speak to this, how both of you embrace this generative, but with the games companies, it's like this resistance to that generative possibility there. So I don't know, Bobby, if you want to begin.
I don't, yeah, it's a weird one for me. It's not something I ever really articulate much because, like, to reiterate, for me, there's not really a distinction between physical space and digital space. Like, I only know existence with both simultaneously working together. So, but I also am hyper aware of the commodification of those spaces by companies. And even on outside of video game scale, even like a huge space for me, even just in the online sphere, not to deviate too much, was Tumblr. And then Tumblr was sold on and lost a lot of usership and, you know, engagement, and also because it rose in popularity as well, it became less of a space for queer expression and more of a space for gen pop kind of integration with the site. Became less of a safe space, as much as I don't really like that word. But yeah, do either of you have?
I was just going back to your presentation. I was the femininity, the masculinity, and the combination kind of was interesting. But I'm always amazed that there's so much potential. We had a conversation outside the room about the potential of the video game coming out of your and there is so much potential there that they, if their goal, like at least in the industry, as the goal is finance or financial goals, they can get to that if they kind of. That's the whole purpose of my actually presentations. Like they can get to that if they do it right, if they consider different aspects. Just how in the new Lara era they brought in female writers and experts, and they've done it right, and they reached that financial success. So that's not something impossible or hard. It's just they don't want to take that effort, maybe, or anything. They don't want to. I don't know. There's some undertones or reasons there. Yeah.
And just I find it intriguing that they made the effort to update the capacity to play the game on a gaming system. So they update the tech, but they're like, no, everything else stays the same.
Yes, exactly. The tech. Yes. But actually, I believe that is. They're not going to reach the full nostalgia now because the tech is part of the nostalgia feeling. So, kind of, it's like a fake nostalgia, or it's an illusion of a nostalgia kind of feeling, maybe.
Yeah, it's also released on Valentine's Day. I thought that was weird. Yeah, it was like, that's what it said. It was like in America, February 14th is Valentine's Day. And I was like, so that's the audience, right? It's like Americans, clearly, since it's released on Valentine's Day. I was like, I don't know how I feel about that. So that was really interesting for me. And yeah, I think for me, technology is inescapable. Like we have to figure out how to collaborate with it. And I teach at a school that's mostly, I would say, a STEM school. So you have to teach others how to collaborate with it. And in my own practice, like when you're in your laptop in your studio and you're like jamming, you're kind of already thinking that way, but you have to learn how to like explain that to students who are like, this is cool, and I just want to make cool things with it. You're like, no, Catherine, you stop them. Like, this comes from coltan, and coltan is, has a violent kind of extractivist economy and the violence of human labor. And you have to kind of explain to them like your laptop's not neutral, your phone isn't neutral. And so I love technology. When it works, it never works, and I'm okay with that. Like, this computer has been doing all kinds of mean things to me, and it's fine. Like, that's part of it. That's part of the friction. But for me, it's like, okay, how do I explain this to someone who's like 19 and 20, and they're like, ooh, Unity, and ooh, Unreal, and ooh, I can do all these cool things. It's like, yes, but, yes, and, yes, but, yes, think about it. So for me, like this essay comes out of like having to tell someone else how to do it with care. Like, you can do these things, but let's realize that they're not neutral objects, and you're not creating anything neutral by using them, even though they seem neutral. And so that's kind of like the friction of like dealing with it, but also like it's not going away. And they're very like skeptical of it. They're like, I don't really trust VR, and I'm like, wow, okay. But once they understand like the full use case for it, they're like a little bit more trusting. But from the kind of like top down or the hierarchical, they're like, no.
Does anybody in the audience have?
Did you make that using VR?
So I'm interested in capturing reality. So the class that I teach is mostly that. So it's volumetric video and 3D scans with Polycam. So the bowl that's spinning is a 3D bowl, a singing bowl that's been scanned, and then I use thermal video capture on top of it, because I'm interested in measuring like body and reality. And it's digital, not analog. No, that's digital. Yeah, all of it's digital. So it's a 2.5D video. So the video that was kind of like moving is a volumetric video that has a texture over it of a thermal image capture of the same thing.
And it's not stop motion. This is all continuous.
No, yeah. It was playing a little weird there. It wasn't playing as smoothly as it does on my Mac, so it looked a little choppy. But yeah, it's like, it's glitchy it's like done with an iPad. It's glitchy there too, which is interesting to like exploit these imperfections of the technology, because they're going to glitch. They're going to do weird things, flip its orientation. And that one, like I'm walking in the water and the video flips its orientation even though the iPad position hasn't changed. So you just kind of keep those weird things that happens.
It's probably not the most interesting question that could be asked. But and for you, Robbie, do you generate yours? Is it with gaming code?
No, so I don't use any gaming engines because I am terrified by them. I do not know how to code. I would love to know, but I've always found getting into it very inaccessible for me. Even though, ironically, I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to languages. Coding languages just aren't ones that I seem to gel with. But no, I would definitely say I am video game inspired rather than a video game maker in the best way, yeah. But I use Blender and Photoshop and kind of some of the most readily accessible platforms, yeah.
So on the subject of the coding and on the zeros and ones, have you read the Jeanette Winterson novel Frankenstein?
No.
No. Okay, I was just really interested because I was interested in your work was just I'm really fascinated by the idea of the digitron. I'm really interested in you talking about what will it look like or how will it emerge estrogenized, which I think is a fascinating set of questions to ask. But I'm wondering, did you see, is it Bernie Masterson's recent work where it's a narrative, but she's working in collaboration with somebody who's going through a journey of taking hormones, and it's a very powerful piece. Can anybody remember the name of it? It was recently. So just wondering whether, because what you're doing is a very different type of set of expressions, which is really playful and joyful, and very, I really enjoyed it. I have to say, I was thoroughly sorry for, and then I'll stop. But I was thoroughly disturbed by the idea that they would bring this out again. It's one thing to say we can teach Moby Dick or we can teach certain things because they have a historical context, and there is a value in knowing that in us understanding, racism. Sexism, transphobia, whatever, in historical context, the idea that they would bring it out again is really disturbing to me.
Yes,
I have to say. With the disclaimer.
With the disclaimer, yes, and I kind of understand their perspective because it's coming out from nostalgia perspective. I mean, the industry's aims or objectives are quite clear. It's only about money, but the people that are buying it. I'm also criticizing them a little bit that you know better through these 20 years, but you're dismissing the knowledge. And an interesting conversation that was happening online around it. The company said that we're not going to change anything in the game, and they only changed one thing in the game. And that one thing in the game, so they didn't do what they said they're going to do. And the only change that they did make, I actually wanted to put this, but I was like short in time. But there was an image of a naked lady somewhere in the game, and they just put a bikini on her, and that was the only change that they did in the game. And I wonder why they did that because the game is still rated mature, and that's not that didn't make sense to me. So again, that's playing in the performative. It's like they just wanted to do something to say we did something, so we care. So that is interesting, and people kind of backlash towards. They were like, you said you didn't gonna change, so why did you change that one thing? That doesn't make sense. So yeah.
I'm glad I'm going to be able to keep referring to Tomb Raider to my students because, in my class I'm like, oh, you wouldn't know Tomb Raider, but they do again.
The Tomb Raider.
Yeah. Can I say something? Yeah. So while I was doing that research, the interesting thing that kind of came up, at least from the feminist perspective, was definitions. I understood the understanding of, like, for example, what is strength, what is vulnerable, what is what. These definitions could have like gender perspectives to it. Our understanding of strength is different from a male understanding of strength, and I think that the society is giving those definitions to us. So that was really interesting to me, that the whole concept of a strong hero, and they kind of gave it like physical strength or ability to jump or be fast. So all of these masculine kind of understanding of what is power, while the other new Lara had like other aspects to kind of explore. And that was really interesting to me. It's like this little details like this kind of pushes the story in like a very good or a bad way. Yeah.